And if you could.
Work. Good morning, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. First order of business, I just want to point out everybody's microphones in the room are working. Your light with your microphone that comes with it might not necessarily be working, but if you press it, all the microphones are working. So I want to welcome everybody to meeting number 6 of the Government Management Committee. For those in the room, there's a screen in the back, which is being blocked by a pillar, that provides real-time updates concerning the item we're on and the disposition of items on the agenda. For those listening at home, I hope. You can also follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Hope everybody had a good summer or a good month of August and you got some rest. So first off, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Councillor Ford.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Where is it? On item 6.14, expropriation of easement for sanitary trunk sewer at 36 Westmount.
Yep.
My mom has a house right on the other street behind it, so it's 15 Westonwood Road. So I don't know if it's a conflict, but it's very, very close to this 36 Westmount part.
Okay. All right. I don't think it is, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
All right. Are there any other declarations of conflict of interest on the agenda? Seeing none. Can I have a motion for a confirmation of the minutes of the June 15th, 2015 meeting? Councillor Nunziata, all in favor? Carried. The green sheet, there's speakers and presentations on 2 items before us, number 11 and number 21. And in a few moments, we're going to have, at 9:45, the Fleet Services Division review. Mercury consultants are here, and Paul Laura is going to make a presentation on that. So to start, we're just going to go through the agenda and see if anybody has any holds on any items. So for the first one, there is a presentation, as I just mentioned. Number 2, amendment to UAP Napa Auto Parts Contract number 470-16854. Anybody want to hold that? Councillor Davis?
No, move adoption.
You can move adoption? Okay. Number 3, sorry, all in favor? I haven't had all my coffee yet. Thanks, Jennifer. Sorry. Number 3, City of Toronto Consolidated Green Fleet Plan 2014 to 2018, performance measures. Councillor Davis is holding. Number 4, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Performance Targets.
Hold, please.
Councillor Ford is holding number 4. Number 5, Custodial Services Performance Standards.
I have one question. I'll hold it.
Councillor Davis is holding number 5. Number 6, Semi-Annual Treasurer's Report on Activities of the Accounting Services and the Purchasing and Materials Management Division as of June 30th, 2015.
I'd like to hold that. I have questions.
Councillor Nunziata is holding number 6.
So what did you say, the light doesn't come on?
Yep. Number 7, City Hall Hydro Vault Fire.
I'd like to hold that.
Councillor Davis. Number 7. Number 8, update on Toronto Hydro's agreement with 311 Toronto for outage emergencies. Councillor McConnell.
Mr. Chair, what I would like to do is to defer the consideration of this for 1 year so that we can look at the back reports, for 1 month, sorry. Thank you. So we can look at the back reports on the outage and really get a good sense of it. This is simply to set up for the next outage or ice storm, and I think there's enough time. And I'd appreciate the time to really study it so we get it
Okay.
right. Thank you.
All right, I'm fine with that. So we're going to, Councillor McConnell has a motion to defer that until the next meeting. All in favor? Carried. Number 9, update on the Cogeco contract status. Anybody? I'll move the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 10, Bell Integrated Telecommunications Infrastructure, request for a 5-year contract extension and report on the contract dispute. Don't need to hold it. Do you want to hold it? You're okay with it? Okay. I'm going to move the recommendations on this and thank staff for the work that they've done on it. I think we got a much better settlement than what we were going to get when this first came up a few months ago. So I want to thank staff in finance and legal and everyone else that was involved in it for all their hard work. And hopefully this won't happen again.
All those in favor?
All in favor? Thanks, Jennifer. Number 11, food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall and Nathan Phillips Square. And there's speakers on that. Number 12, amendment to purchase order number 603-4414 issued to Roshan Genova LLP for rent arbitration at 2 Bloor Street East.
I'd like to hold that, please, Mr. Chair.
Ford is holding number 12. Number 13, amendment to purchase order number 603-5932 York Community Center, contract number 50-2012.
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 14, expropriation of easement for a sanitary trunk sewer and erosion control 36 Westmount Road. Councillor Ford declared a conflict of interest on this. Okay. Councillor McConnell is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Oh, I saw one hand. Thank you. Carried. Number 15, real estate acquisition expropriation of 50 Rumfield Drive. I'll move the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 16, extension of lease for lands at Dynamic Drive. All in favor of the recommendations? Carried. Number 17, lease agreements with Toronto District School Board for city directly operated childcare programs. Councillor Davis is moving adoption. All in favor? Carried. Number 18, below market rent lease agreement at 140 Merton Street.
Don't hold that.
Council,
No, sorry, was that 18?
number 18, yes.
Yeah, I'll hold that. Sorry, Mr. Chair. 15, did we approve 15, or did someone hold it?
Yes, we adopted number 15.
All right, that's fine.
Fine. We can reopen it.
No, it's okay, thanks.
Okay. Number 18 was held by Councillor Ford. Number 19, renewal of the below market rent sublease agreement with the Malvern Family Resource Center at 1321 Nielsen Road.
I have a question on that.
Okay. Councillor Nunziata is holding number 19. Number 20, Fair Wage Office 2014 Annual Report. Councillor Davis? Sorry?
No, I'll hold that.
You want to hold that? Okay. Councillor Ford is holding number 20. Number 21, TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy. Oh, sorry, there's deputants on that. Number 22, proposed amendments to the Municipal Code, Chapter 219, Toronto Transit Commission, records retention. Councillor Davis is moving adoption. All in favor? Carried. Number 23, acquisition of 437 Rogers Road. Councillor Davis moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. And number 24, changes to the on-street parking machine rates and hours of operation. Councillor McConnell is moving the recommendations. Sorry?
I think Council
Yeah, no, I just want to be recording the negative on that.
Okay. So recorded vote on number 24. All in favor? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ainsley, opposed, Councillor Ford. And that passes.
Is that Councillor McConnell?
Yes.
She said, no, I'm not moving. Did Councillor McConnell move that?
Yes. Councillor McConnell moved it. Okay, we are at 10 to 10, and we have a presentation from Mercury Consultants on the Fleet Service Division External Review. Mr. Paul Laura is down there, and thank you for coming this morning. And you can start whenever you're ready, and the microphone's in front of you. You hit the... Okay, and you hit the yellow button when you're ready to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I will introduce Paul Laurier, and I'll turn the presentation over to him. Mr. Laurier is the president of the fleet management consulting firm Mercury Associates Incorporated, which he founded in 2002. He's been a fleet management consultant for 20 years, or for more than 30 years, beginning his career at Ernst & Young in Washington, D.C. in 1984. He has extensive experience in the evaluating fleet management practices of large municipalities, having personally worked with the 10 largest cities in the U.S. and 3 of the 5 largest cities in Canada, among many others. Other organizations with whom he's worked in Canada include Bell Canada, BC Hydro, Canada Post, provinces of Ontario, Saskatchewan, and the Yukon Territory. I'll turn it over to Paul and let him proceed through the presentation at this point.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to meet with you this morning to discuss the results of our review of selected fleet management practices of the Fleet Services Division of the City of Toronto. Are you advancing the slides? We need to get our presentation up on the screen. So just to give you a quick overview of the presentation that we prepared for today, I'll tell you a little bit about my company, who we are, present you with some key pieces of information, if you can go back, about the Fleet Services Division, and then focus on how we conducted the review of Fleet Services Division practices and some of our key findings, recommendations, timelines, and risks to successful implementation of those recommendations. Mercury Associates is an employee-owned fleet management consulting firm. We're headquartered in the Washington, D.C. area. We have employees in several states as well as in Canada. Our mission is to help organizations improve the management of their vehicle fleets. We don't manage fleets like a leasing company. We really are a traditional management consulting firm advising organizations as to how they can improve the management, reduce the costs of their fleets. Our principal clients are federal, state, provincial, and local government jurisdictions, as well as an array of corporate and commercial enterprises in the private sector. We've worked with organizations with as many as 200,000 vehicles. We've worked with most of the largest cities in the U.S. and several of the largest cities in Canada. Our largest municipal government clients, for example, City of New York, City of Los Angeles, each operate fleets of about 25,000 vehicles and pieces of equipment. And as Mr. Brierley mentioned, we've also worked with a number of other entities in both the public and private sector in Canada. Go ahead. So I want to share some key pieces of information about the Fleet Services Division. FSD manages roughly half the assets in the City of Toronto fleet. There are about 10,000 vehicles and pieces of equipment total. Some of the key parts of the city fleet that Fleet Services does not manage or has oversight responsibility for only certain facets of the management include the Toronto Transit Commission, the police, and the fire department fleets. So it has direct responsibility for the management of roughly 5,200 vehicles and pieces of equipment. One of the ways that we measure certain aspects of the performance of any municipal fleet is using a metric called vehicle equivalent units, where we express the size of a fleet like Toronto's, which is comprised of many different types of assets, in terms of the number of passenger vehicle equivalents. So the 5,200 vehicles and pieces of equipment that the division manages translates into about the equivalent of 12,500 passenger vehicles. Also included in the scope of the division's responsibility is providing driver training for city employees that operate vehicles. The division operates 9 maintenance facilities. It has direct responsibility for 20 vehicle fueling facilities. There are a total of 36 fleet fueling facilities in the city, and its annual operating expenditures are about $53 million. One of the key pieces of information on this slide I want to draw your attention to is the average age of the assets in the fleet that FSD manages, or the average replacement cycle, which is about 12 years. That's significantly older. It's about 50% older than we would like to find in a municipal government fleet, such as Toronto's, and that has ramifications for the reliability, the safety of the fleet, the availability of vehicles, the operating costs of the fleet. For example, the average annual maintenance and repair cost per vehicle equivalent unit we've calculated to be in the range of $2,000 to $2,300, which is about 50% higher than industry benchmarks. There's a replacement backlog. The scope of our study did not include a formal replacement study, but we did an analysis of the age and the replacement costs, the future replacement costs of the fleet, and based on that analysis, we estimate that there's about $90 million worth of assets that are due or overdue for replacement, or were at the time we did that analysis roughly a year ago. Another significant piece of information presented on this slide, which I'll talk about more during the presentation, is the maintenance technician labor hour rate. Fleet Services Division is financially self-supporting. It charges other city agencies for the goods and services that it procures on their behalf, including all the maintenance and repair services. For some reasons that we can get into later if you're interested, it uses a cost of internal labor of $84 an hour, which, based on some preliminary analysis we did, significantly understates the fully loaded cost of providing an hour's worth of maintenance and repair service to a city vehicle, and that has some significant ramifications for the types of services that the division is providing to its customers. overview of the project approach. This was not a comprehensive fleet management study. We did not examine or evaluate all facets of the management or operation of the fleet for which the division is responsible. We focused on really three key areas: maintenance and repair, operator training, and fuel management, and also addressed some recommendations that had been prepared by the Auditor General prior to the commencement of this study, relating, for example, to fuel site improvement, improving the use of management information systems, and so forth. And then we also developed an overall strategy for addressing the opportunities for improvement that we identified in the study, including a 5-year plan. The approach that we used involved a combination of quantitative data analysis and benchmarking, traditional business process mapping, and gap analysis. We conducted many site visits. We interviewed a large number of stakeholders, not only within Fleet Services Division, but in the city agencies that it serves, as well as representatives of some of the suppliers from whom the division buys goods and services. So I want to focus on some of the key observations in the three major areas that were addressed by the study, and then the key recommendations that we made. I'm not going to read all of the bullet points on these slides. I want to try to highlight or distill what I think are the most important observations that we made. So in the area of maintenance and repair practices, there are really three key opportunities for improvement, and they relate to the use of data to manage the performance of fleet maintenance and repair activities and to provide maintenance and repair services to city agencies. The adequacy of the resources that the division currently has to provide those services, and by resources I'm referring to organizational structure, staffing levels, infrastructure, so maintenance facilities, equipment and tools. And then the third major opportunity for improvement relates to the lack of transparency, in particular of the costs of providing services. I already alluded to what we think is an artificially low labor rate that's used for quantifying the cost of providing services, and I think that our experience is that can have a significant impact on the degree of attention that any organization applies to the efficiency with which it's performing services if it's not using real costs that reflect all the direct and indirect costs of providing services. In a word, the Fleet Services Division, despite having a good fleet management information system, really does not employ a lot of what I would call data-driven management practices. It has a good tool, a state-of-the-art fleet management information system available to capture data, to analyze data, to convert data into actionable information on where improvements can be made, where efficiencies can be achieved. But for a variety of reasons, that tool is not being used as well as it could be. And therefore, the quality of the data that are being captured in that system are not as good as they should be. So when you look at what's happening, not only in the world of government, but in the world of business as well, the interest in quote-unquote big data, business intelligence, clearly there's a need for the division to devote more time and attention to utilizing quantitative objective data to understand the performance, the costs of its operations, and where opportunities exist to improve performance and reduce costs. Next one. As I mentioned, Fleet Services Division is responsible for providing operator training and certification to essentially all city employees that operate a motor vehicle in performing their job duties. Again, there are a number of opportunities for improvement here. Some of them relate to problems with the data that are captured on the number of collisions and other types of incidents with city vehicles. There are inconsistencies in the data that are recorded, for example, in the division's fleet maintenance information system and in a driver training system that the division uses. So in the absence of accurate and complete data, it's difficult to correctly measure the effectiveness of current training activities. Current training activities are largely driven by agency demand, as opposed to the division analyzing proactively collision experience, causes, and then defining and developing defining training needs and developing a training program that addresses those opportunities for improvement as reflected in data on the operation of the fleet. With respect to bulk fuel management, there are not significant concerns. Probably the biggest challenge in this area is to continue to automate the capture of fuel transaction data across all 36 fueling sites. Currently, there's a combination of computerized information systems and manual record-keeping systems that are used. So there's not good citywide visibility into the costs of fueling the fleet, into the rate of consumption of fuel at different fuel sites, and those kinds of information are essential for ensuring that you have the right numbers of facilities in the right locations and that fuel is being consumed appropriately by fleet users. So those are some of the key findings that our recommendations are based on. As I mentioned, we developed a 5-year strategy document aimed at addressing these opportunities for improving fleet services, fleet management practices. And this graph illustrates the priorities starting from the bottom. Number 1, in our view, is making various improvements in the area of staff development and organizational structure. Fleet Services Division is fundamentally a customer service organization. It cannot perform well without having good people with the right training, the right tooling, the right facilities to work in. And so that's really the first area of priority that we identified in the 5-year improvement strategy. Second area of priority relates to corporate partnership and supplier management. Fleet Services Division buys tens of millions of dollars worth of goods and services each year. It needs to have effective relationships with the suppliers of those goods and services in order to maximize the value for money that it and the taxpayers of Toronto receive from all that purchasing activity. Hand in hand with that goes improving operational and business processes, particularly around 2 areas that I've already touched on: better use of data to understand what's going on within the division, what's going on within the fleet, where opportunities for improvement exist, and making costs more transparent and therefore increasing accountability for the costs of owning and operating the fleet. And then finally, the third area of priority has 2 components: fleet sustainability and client service delivery. Client service delivery is certainly important, but if the division doesn't address the 2 other areas first, it's not going to be able to address opportunities to improve client service. Fleet sustainability is also important, for example, reducing the carbon footprint of the city's fleet, but unless and until some of these other opportunities for improvement are addressed, it will be difficult for the city to make significant improvements in the sustainability of the fleet. So we have some details on recommendations that we made in each of these areas. Again, I'm not going to simply read all of the bullet points you have on these. We can come back and talk about any particular strategies or recommendations that we've made that are presented in these slides, and Mr. Brierley can certainly speak to key accomplishments and plans for the next couple of years. One thing I should have noted is that our work on the study was largely completed a year ago, so some of the information that I presented may be somewhat outdated based on things that the division has accomplished since we completed our reports last September. So in the area of staff development and organizational transition, some of the key strategies that we've recommended are making some changes to the organization of the Fleet Services Division to provide for more effective management structure and a more appropriate division of responsibilities among the senior managers within the division. There is a goal of having Fleet Services Division coordinate a green fleet plan for all major city fleets, which certainly it makes sense to have one organization in the city take a leadership role in that area to the extent that its resources and time permits, given the challenge that exists within the division itself. And certainly there's a need to create a more positive and healthier work environment in terms of providing more training, management training, technical training for maintenance technicians, more tools, addressing some of the infrastructure problems that we noted, improving the use of performance measurement and performance evaluation. With respect to operational and business process improvements, again, I've highlighted the key opportunities for improvement in that area, which relate to better use of data and information derived from quantitative objective data to govern day-to-day operations, forecasting, planning, and decision-making. And the other key opportunity in this area that we've recommended is to change the chargeback rate structure to promote more transparency and accountability for the costs of maintaining and repairing the fleet. Currently, the division distributes the costs of its services largely through a fixed monthly charge for a given type of asset, which tends to mask the elements of costs that are recovered through those rates. How much of that is for maintenance and repair, for fuel, for capital replacement of the assets. We've recommended some changes in the way the division develops its training program, in particular, again, relying more on data as to where the problems and opportunities for improvement in the operation of vehicles exists, and to better tie the training curriculum and the training methods to addressing those opportunities. In terms of corporate partnership and supplier management, the biggest opportunity for improvement that we see and that we've addressed in our strategies is to do a better job of managing the procurement of goods and services, in particular by employing more performance management-based contract terms and conditions than currently exists. To consider different modes of providing certain services, for example, because of some significant deficiencies in the current maintenance facilities and some shortages of staff in the ranks of maintenance technicians, we've recommended that the division further explore the possibility of outsourcing certain light-duty vehicle maintenance and repair activities to compensate for those deficiencies, both in staffing levels and in infrastructure, physical infrastructure, until those deficiencies can be overcome. There's also been discussion in the city about eventually implementing a shared services model that is a more holistic or enterprise-wide approach to managing all 10,000 of the city's fleet resources. We think that conceptually that makes good sense, but again, Fleet Services Division has to get its own house in order before it's going to be able to do a good job of providing leadership on a city-wide basis in managing the fleet. In terms of client service delivery, a key best practice that we've recommended be implemented is to establish formal service level agreements between the division and its customers to do a better job of managing the total life cycle costs of the assets, to better integrate evaluation, measurement, and management of the capital and the operating costs of the fleet, and all of the things that go into driving those two types of costs. Finally, in the area of fleet sustainability, I alluded to the advanced age of the assets in the city fleet. We're talking about an average replacement cycle of roughly 12 years. To the extent that city leadership wants to improve the sustainability of the city fleet, there needs to be a strategy for modernizing the fleet, for getting rid of a lot of the old gas guzzlers in the fleet and replacing them not just with alternative fuel vehicles, but with conventionally fueled vehicles which are being manufactured today and are significantly more fuel efficient than the vehicles that were being manufactured 12 years ago. In terms of implementation timelines, we've outlined a 4-year timeline for achieving all of the recommendations in these various strategic areas. The timeline is conditioned in large part on the division being able to hire the kinds of people that it needs to take responsibility for some of these key improvement initiatives, which brings me to my final slide, which is highlighting some of the implementation risks and dependencies. The biggest risk that we see at present to the division being able to make significant progress in implementing the kind of strategic improvements that we've recommended in our study is a lack of personnel and expertise. The division has found it very challenging to hire people with the requisite experience and skills to be able to assume responsibility in some of these key areas that not only it needs to continue to perform on a day-to-day basis, but it needs to institute change and improvement over time. Second set of risks to implementation are not unique to Toronto by any means, but they are the resistance to change management that exists in lots of organizations. I do think that the lack of what I would call a data-driven culture in the city is significant, and frankly was a bit of a surprise to me in conducting this study, that there hasn't been more of an emphasis placed on the use of data-based information for holding organizations accountable for their performance than currently exists. I've talked about the lack of cost transparency and and therefore cost accountability. That's not unique to Toronto, but it is something that can be addressed by changing the way that the division distributes the costs of its services. One of the things that we like to emphasize to our clients is that effective management of fleet costs has to be a collaborative process between a fleet management organization and the users of fleet resources. Because of the way the cost chargeback system is currently structured, I would argue that the users of fleet resources don't have a good understanding of how changes in their behavior or their decisions around the numbers and types of resources that they need to fulfill their missions would enable them to save money. And the way you address that is by improving cost transparency and accountability. There is a large reliance on what I've referred to in quotation marks as tradition-based business practices, relationship-based purchasing of goods and services. We found some contracts that haven't been put out to bid in decades, for example, which is certainly not an industry best practice for an organization that's buying millions of dollars worth of goods and services every year. And a challenge that's more generic, but certainly needs to be recognized, is the imbalance that always exists between an organization's consideration of short-term budgetary impacts and long-term economic benefits. So, for example, when I talk about the need to modernize the fleet, it needs to be recognized that the benefit of spending more capital dollars on the replacement of vehicles will translate into lower operating costs, better vehicle reliability, opportunities to reduce the size of the fleet. But a lot of those benefits don't occur overnight. So, for example, a $10 million increase in capital spending in 1 year is not going to automatically translate into $10 million reduction in fuel and parts and maintenance and repair costs. So if the city is serious about implementing the kinds of improvements that we've highlighted in our report, it's going to have to take somewhat of a long-term perspective, not just a fiscal year by fiscal year view. And finally, another generic challenge that always has to be addressed is the relative unimportance of fleet management in the grand scheme of things. While it's easy to say that, the city of Toronto could not function without these 10,000 vehicles and pieces of equipment, the fact of the matter is that the principal constituents for the kinds of changes, the principal beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries of the kinds of changes that we are advocating in our study are other city employees. And so those kinds of improvement initiatives never enjoy the same degree of managerial or political support as do other types of initiatives that directly, as opposed to indirectly, benefit taxpayers and the citizens of Toronto. And with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lara. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Davis?
Hello, there we go. I'm interested in this issue of the lack of utilization of data to oversee our fleet services, and I'm wondering if you could expand a bit on what data should we be using, how should we be using it, so that we have a better understanding of what it is that we're not doing.
Sure. I'll give you an example. We'll talk about the maintenance and repair area. So a maintenance and repair organization that is responsible for providing services to a fleet, the principal thing that they're selling to their customers, the customers being other city agencies, are the time and talents of the maintenance technicians. So the Fleet Services Division has a large workforce. The majority of that workforce is maintenance technicians that work in these 9 maintenance facilities. If you want to manage the performance of those technicians, first and foremost, you need to know what they're spending their time on. Mechanics do not account for their time that they charge to work orders in a manner that would enable the division to understand when they're working on a vehicle, for example, as opposed to when they're waiting for parts to work on a vehicle, as opposed to when they're cleaning up a work bay, attending a meeting, attending training. So that's a really good illustration of the fact that the data, and this is a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation. One can say we don't have good data and therefore we cannot better manage the performance of our maintenance shops. My response to that is you don't have good data because you haven't made data-based decision-making a priority. If you understand the benefits, the value of measuring where all the time goes, then you would have those data.
I have only 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
sorry.
Just if you could, really quickly, what are the other things we should be measuring?
Vehicle utilization, fuel consumption, parts expenditures, costs, the cost of providing services, as I talked about with respect to the chargeback system.
One of the, and I don't know if it's in this report or the next report on setting benchmarks, talks about fuel efficiency clearly is going to be found in different ways, and you've identified new fuel-efficient, but not green or bio, with different new technologies or biofuels and so on, but using new, more efficient vehicles is one way. The other main way is reducing the amount of driving. And yet, we continue to see reports of recommending consolidation of both garages, fueling stations, work places, and we're a big city. So how can we both consolidate and reduce the amount of driving?
That's a good question. It has to be done carefully. So there's a fundamental trade-off. If you reduce the number of points of supply of maintenance and repair services, i.e. the number of facilities, that implies that city employees will have to drive
Further.
longer distances in order to have work done on their vehicles. The trade-off is that larger facilities enable the city to capture economies of scale in the delivery of services that are more difficult to capture when you have smaller satellite shops. So you need, all other things being equal, you need more employees, more parts and inventory and so forth when you operate more facilities. So those trade-offs need to be examined. There's nothing inherently good, for example, about going from 9 facilities to 3, or inherently bad. It's something that needs to be studied, to be sure.
I think we've been studying this since the day I arrived, which is 13 years ago. So I don't know when we're going to determine how many fueling stations and garages, and hopefully that's in the implementation plan, and that's my one question. What's the date that we're going to see the implementation plan? And why is there not a recommendation for a date for bringing forward the implementation plan to us? Or are you intending to?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so this forms the basis along with the fleet business plan for an implementation plan. So that is already something, and Mr. Loria alluded to it in his presentation, the foundation of which is the fleet structure and the staff to even do some of the remaining analysis to develop the remainder of that implementation plan. So
Yeah, it says that your next steps is a defined work plan.
that
With key improvement initiatives have been prioritized, key objectives, next steps, and a defined work plan. So are we going to see a much more detailed implementation plan? Because this is a high-level analysis of the key elements that we need to be addressing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. And that's exactly the intention. And the first step, of course, is that foundational piece around having the people to do that analysis to develop the more granular implementation plan with the key focus points and so forth. So drilling down into this.
Will you be bringing us an implementation plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Councilor Nunziata, you have questions?
Yes. Hello? Is it on? Okay. Okay, so on page 5 and page 6, your key observations about the structure and staffing, inadequate training and tools, inadequate skills for roles and responsibilities, insufficient qualified and certified staff. So from your presentation and what I understand on this report is that we have staff, but we don't have qualified staff with proper training. And that's where that's what our problem is. Not that we need more staff, we don't have qualified staff.
Actually, we've identified that there does appear to be a shortage of staff, of maintenance technicians, of about a dozen positions. But by and large, the problem is not so much one of quantity as of quality. You're correct.
Exact. So
Yes.
that is something that's very serious. I mean, we should be reviewing that. And we're paying, so I understand, we're paying $84 an hour, was it, I think, for a maintenance technician, their hourly rate?
No,
Can you
that's
explain
an
that?
estimate that was developed by, I believe it was Fleet, as to what the cost of providing an hour's worth of service. They're not getting paid $84 an hour. The technicians do not have a salary and fringe benefit cost of $170,000 a year, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, that's why I wanted.
So that $84 is supposed to encompass all of the indirect costs associated with employing a maintenance technician, so administrative, supervisory support, the buildings, the equipment, the tools themselves. But 84 is, in our judgment, not the right number. It's too low.
And on page 15, resistance to change management. Can you comment on that?
Sure. If an organization hasn't made it clear, if an enterprise hasn't made it clear that we will hold people accountable using objective quantitative information for the performance and the costs of that organization, then, and if, as a result of a lack of emphasis on that, the enterprise falls back on past practice, traditional ways of doing things, subjective judgment, firsthand observation, it's going to be very difficult to change that culture from one that is based on, I've been here for 25 years, this is the way we've always done this,
Right.
this is the supplier we've always used, to one where the costs of that supplier are unacceptable as measured in these ways. We need to go back out to bid, or we need to renegotiate the contract. So making that change is going to be a significant challenge.
Yeah, there is some staff that don't like change, right? And, you mentioned shared services from my report. So as far as shared services, you agree that at the end, there are efficiencies from shared service, but at this point, because we don't have qualified staff, we need to get our own house in order before we even proceed with that shared services. Is that what your comment was?
That's correct. Yes, absolutely.
So until we get our house in order, we can't share those services with other divisions because basically we don't have the proper training.
I mean, we haven't looked at the fleet manager practices of those other parts of the city fleet. It's my understanding that some of those other components also have significant opportunities for improvement, but we would be remiss in recommending that Fleet Services Division focus on expanding its footprint, if you will, until it addresses the opportunities that we've identified to improve the level of service it's providing to its current customers. Absolutely.
Okay, so to the staff, the report that we have before us is just to move receipt. Yeah. Okay, because, I mean, some of the, because you mentioned that in your presentation that there were certain recommendations, and I don't see that in the report. We're just basically moving receipt of the report. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor McConnell?
Thank you. Just very quickly, so this division functions in a sense of moving money from one of our departments to another of our departments. And so it's really is and the cost savings really and efficiencies are not only in this department delivering vehicles and repairing vehicles in an effective way, but also the use of those vehicles out in the divisions. And since it seems to me that you've got kind of one pocket versus the other pocket, with the poor worker in the middle of it, not knowing any of the budget implications. So my question is, really, in that context, how are we going to look at what I call the windshield factor? That is, the distances that people have to drive in order to do a job that perhaps collective, let's say parks, for example, where maybe they have 5 parks that they have to take care of. If they're in the suburbs, they're driving great distances. If they're in the downtown, they're getting nowhere fast. So, how do you manage the management structure that is from the receiver versus the fleet management, sort of the giver, if I could put it that way? And do you understand what my
I think so. So ultimately,
staff training, really, I think.
Sure. So it is not the responsibility, it should not be the responsibility of a fleet management organization to manage the way city agencies fulfill their missions. The responsibility of a fleet management organization is to provide the resources, the fleet-related resources that are needed. At the end of the day, Parks Department, for example, has to figure out what's the best way to use vehicles and equipment to cut grass, to maintain ball fields, ball courts, swimming pools, and so forth.
Yes.
Now, one of the ways in which a fleet management organization can assist that agency is by providing accurate, timely information on the costs of those fleet resources, on the utilization of its fleet assets. And, but at the end of the day, those individual city agencies need to be held accountable for whether they're using fleet resources, fleet assets appropriately or not. What you should be looking to an organization like FSD to do is to provide information that helps senior management hold individual departments accountable for their fleet-related expenditures. So it is certainly a collaborative process, but more so around the maintenance and repair of the vehicles. For example, the vehicles are in the physical possession of city agencies 95+% of the time. A fleet management organization cannot perform proper maintenance and repair if the customers don't bring the vehicles to the shops in a timely manner. So there has to be a high degree of collaboration around what I call the care and feeding of the assets themselves. But when it comes to the allocation, the deployment, the utilization, and the operation of the assets, that is first and foremost the responsibility of the user agencies, not a fleet management organization.
Right, but as a corporation in which we are moving from one pocket into another, there surely is a mechanism that should be utilized so that directors are speaking to one another and understanding how to, rather than just plug in the numbers, how to reduce those numbers or to make the use of a vehicle more effective and efficient. And
Yes.
as a daughter of a mechanic, this I know. I don't drive, but
Sure.
he certainly knew a lot about it.
I agree. And so I think that one of the activities that Fleet Services Division should perform is utilization measurement and
Yes.
exception reporting.
Yes.
So ideally, they're making information available to their customers on where they see opportunities
Yes.
to scrutinize the apparent underutilization of assets, opportunities to share vehicles across departmental lines, opportunities to implement more shared pools of vehicles and equipment, as opposed to having specific assets dedicated for the exclusive use of individual agencies or organizational units within those city agencies.
Yes, thank you, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillor Ford, do you have any questions? Questions of staff? Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry? You got one more? Okay. Councillor Davis?
You mentioned that we are short-staffed and therefore should consider outsourcing. Because of these various deficiencies, you use the word deficiencies. And I'm always curious why we go immediately to an outsourced model as a solution. What are the deficiencies that you identified, other than a lack of staff?
We've estimated that there are about 40 fewer work bays in the 9 maintenance facilities than are needed to accommodate the existing staff, let alone staff that would have 12 more technicians. So there are physical constraints. The facilities are old. They have a number of problems in terms of ingress, egress, work bay size, lighting, ventilation. So look, outsourcing is not a panacea. I don't always or automatically go to outsourcing. It should be one of the many arrows in any organization's quiver. The objective is to control the total cost of ownership of the fleet. There are lots of different ways that can be done, one of which is, and the city already outsources millions of dollars worth of specialty repair work to vendors. So this is not plowing new ground by any means. To suggest that fleet should look at least on an interim basis, outsourcing more light
I
vehicle.
have to say, you mentioned on an interim basis.
Yes.
Until those deficiencies had been addressed.
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
One of the complaints we hear, certainly in the fire side, I don't know about other, maybe in solid waste too, the number of vehicles that are out of service at any given time. I don't see any data. I guess we have a lack of data. Do we have issues around vehicles out of service in the
Yes.
city of Toronto?
Sure. Yeah,
What's the-
Again, because of staffing shortages, because of some of the physical infrastructure.
There was some number, 4.3% or something. Is that a number I heard tied to?
Source parts.
Out of
It's
service?
not ringing a bell with me. It's possible that we have a metric. I mean, the kind of industry benchmark for municipal government fleet is a 5% downtime rate at
So
any
how is
given
ours
time.
compared to the benchmark?
I don't think that we were able to measure it. I don't think that the data are available to enable us to actually calculate downtime rate for the city fleet.
We don't have any calculation on downtime.
Correct.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Good.
Great.
Any other questions?
Oh, this was very interesting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Laura. We will move to questions of staff, and Councillor Ford asked for it first. Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just got a couple here. How much did the consultant cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on RFP, the cost was $278,510.
Okay, reading through the report, make several recommendations such as obtain and develop qualified staff, plan for all major cities. To me, these seem like common sense items. Did we actually get any useful ideas from this consultant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. There is a lot of very good qualitative and quantitative data that we obtained out of this that helps us to move forward, some of which we are already acting on, as a matter of fact.
How much of this could we implement? I know you say you got useful ideas, but do you think it's realistic to implement 100%?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point, absolutely. There's still some analysis that needs to be done on various facets of service delivery and so forth. We don't have all of those answers yet, but is it potential for 100%? Absolutely.
What period of time would it take to implement 100%?
Through Mr. Chair, again, one of the key factors, as Mr. Loria alluded to in his presentation, is the staff, the structure and the staff, and getting those people in. And frankly, we've had some serious challenges finding those people. We're dealing with a very niche group in the industry and getting them in. So within a year, the intention is to have those people in place and to be really doing a lot of work on this, which we are now. So we don't let best get in the way of better.
4 items that should have already been in place, such as developing a chargeback process for full cost recovery. Why aren't they doing that now? Like, this to me seems like, again, common sense, but why are they not being done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a chargeback model in place. Again, this is very much the just improvements, continuous improvement. There's an opportunity to do it better, and with better data capture and process and evolution, frankly, there continues to be ways to do things better, more efficiently, and transparently.
Now, with respect to the vehicles that he was mentioning, I'm going to call them green vehicles. You definitely, obviously, get more mileage out of it, but the cost is a lot more. Do you think the pros outweigh the cons on that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, and it's actually, there's a report a little further, number 3, that speaks to green. One of the options, and you hear green, people think alternative fuels and hybrids, quite frankly, and Mr. Loria spoke to it as well, is taking a 10-year-old vehicle that might use 14 liters per 100 kilometers and getting a newer, potentially smaller vehicle, not a hybrid, just a regular vehicle, a compact sedan, it might use 6 liters per 100 kilometers. Those aren't expensive. If you're looking at a vehicle such as a hybrid, yes, there is a cost premium, and if they're put into the right situation, there is opportunity. So it's a case-by-case analysis that we need to do.
Do you ever think we'd get even break even or just get our money back for this green vehicle compared apples to apples? In my mind, I'd say I don't think we'd ever be able to break even, but maybe I'm wrong. What's your experience?
On the green vehicle side, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, it is possible. And so a key opportunity is if we look at things such as refuse collection vehicles that are stop and go, use a lot of fuel, and we look at compressed natural gas as an alternative. There's huge greenhouse gas and criteria air contaminant reductions, as well as savings on the cost side. So it's a win on both sides, frankly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Councillor Ford. Questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Just on that question that I asked the consultant, as far as the management resisting changes, so what is your plan for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, quite frankly, it's so this isn't a fleet thing, and change anywhere. There's a very succinct process for change, and it involves communication and getting buy-in from the people that are involved. And at the end of the day, that is the path of least resistance for change. Talking about where you want to go and get people interested in it and getting them on board with seeing the value of that change. So that is the plan.
And if they don't want to get on board?
Well, and I mean, that's unfortunately, that's the tough decision at the end of the day is sometimes in change, there are some people that don't want to be on board, and you have to make the decision or
Well, we have
what
to make
happens with
those
that.
changes. Like, if people don't want to get on board, then we have to make some serious changes.
Leave them at the station.
Yeah, yeah, leave them at the station. So the review that we did, how many years ago was it? For the shared services and, yeah, so all that. So basically, that's all been put on hold because really we haven't had the staffing and the qualified staffing to proceed with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it hasn't been put on hold. Actually, I think we've done some great things on the shared services side in fleet still. We talked about one today, the Consolidated Green Fleet Plan, which is across the city. We do procurement with all of the city divisions where we all end up on one RFP for vehicles, including the TTC, police, fire, paramedic services, and so forth, as well as fuel. There's been some significant steps taken there on fuel procurement and so forth. So there has been, frankly, some of the low-hanging fruit continues to be captured. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? No? Okay. Speakers? Councillor Davis has a motion. Is Councillor Davis's motion ready?
So my motion simply asks for a detailed implementation plan for the strategy And I asked for some advice on what is a realistic date for such a report, and it was suggested the second quarter of 2016. And by that point, you would have in place some additional personnel to help in the preparation of a detailed multi-year plan. So I am... I'm just looking. Oh, well, you can sort it out while I'm speaking. I just want to say thank you for this report, and I think there is clearly value in the consultant's report that we've commissioned. It, I think, identifies some serious and significant inadequacies in the way we are managing our fleet services in the City of Toronto. In a city of this size, we clearly have the capacity and the FMIS system that can provide us with the data we need to better understand how we are currently delivering services and how to better deliver services. And so I think we have some good advice here and a roadmap that is pretty high up. So I would really like to see, I know you've got 2015-16 highlights in the presentation of where your next steps are. But I think it would be good to see a consolidated plan that has some timelines further out, so we have a better sense of when and how we're going to see the completion of, or the more, to keep this driving, because so we can keep driving this. Sometimes we get reports and we get all excited about them, and then they kind of fade away into the back rooms, and we really don't know how they are, or if they are fully implemented. So I look forward to seeing a fully detailed report in the future. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Okay, so I will amend that to Q3 of 2016.
Thank you. That's good, Mr. Briley. Third quarter?
There was 3 months just went flying by.
Other speakers?
The older we get.
Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm going to move a motion and comment on it briefly, that the Director of Fleet Services to consider outsourcing as part of the detailed implementation plan for the fleet services strategy, like the consultant suggested. I guess what jumps out at me going through this report, that the consultants do bring up some useful information, but shouldn't these issues could have been brought up by audits from within the division, or maybe the AG's office? So it's just a comment. It's phrased as a question, but I'm just commenting out loud on that. And the outsourcing, as a consultant said, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to move that, and that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. You have a question from Councillor Davis?
Councillor Ford, are you aware this is already part of the strategy consideration?
Not the outsourcing.
Yes.
I think that's a recommendation from the consultant, but not specifically the outsourcing.
It's part of the consideration in this strategy.
I'm going to keep my motion on the floor as is.
I think it's redundant.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? Any other speakers? No, seeing none. I'm just going to thank Mr. Laura for doing the work. I'm going to thank Mr. Briley for bringing this forward. There's been some comments, we can see the deficiencies in fleet services and the issues that are relevant. And there's also, we can see a plan for moving forward. And I think one of the things that's important to remember here is this wasn't done based on the Auditor General coming in and saying there's a problem in fleet services here. This is Mr. Briley and the senior management in fleet services asking for this and asking for a different perspective and looking for help on moving our roadmap forward. I think we had some huge deficiencies in fleet services before Mr. Briley was hired, and I think he's moving fleet services forward, which I think is badly needed. We can see there's still work to be done, and I think, we're moving forward, and that's important to see here as well. So I want to thank you, and we have a motion by Councillor Davis first.
All right.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Ford? All in favor? Opposed?
Record that, please.
Sorry?
Can you
Want to
record that,
a vote?
Mr. Chair?
Sure. All in favor? Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Ford, opposed? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Davis, that passes.
Item is amended.
And item is amended. All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. All right. And our next item, number 11, food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall and Nathan Phillips Square. Our first speaker is John Harstone, manager of Social Purchasing Project.
I need another French vanilla, but a little bit more French vanilla, that was too much. Here. I need to stop brought up that kind of shit. I need my critique of the cost because my brakes are fried.
Is Mr. Harstone here? Okay, good morning, Mr. Harstone. So there's a microphone in front of you. There's a yellow button in front of it. If you turn that on, if it lights up, your microphone should be on one way or another if you hit that button. The way we work here is you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Any of the city councillors on this committee, or if there's visiting councillors, can ask you questions individually for up to 5 minutes. Once all the deputations are done on this item, we can ask questions to staff. Councillors can all speak for up to 5 minutes, and then we vote. So you have 5 minutes to begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Appreciate having the opportunity to address the committee this morning. As I said, I'm John Harstone. I'm with the Social Purchasing Project. Social Purchasing Project helps social enterprises bid on contracts with corporations, private corporations, as well as government, including governmental bodies such as the Pan Am Games and Metrolinx. We were established a year ago with funding from the City of Toronto, the United Way, as well as the federal and provincial governments. Social enterprise is a catchphrase. It describes businesses whose mission has a social purpose and includes enterprises such as Habitat for Humanity's Restore or Goodwill thrift stores and farmers markets. However, the mandate of the Social Purchasing Project is focused on social enterprises that employ or train historically disadvantaged equity-seeking groups, such as people living with mental illness or street-involved youth. We matchmake. We link social enterprises with business opportunities, so the more contracts a social enterprise gets, the more sustainable they are, which in turn allow them to hire and train more people who are facing challenges getting employment. Our goals align very strongly with the city's strategic initiatives, which include the Youth Equity Strategy, the Poverty Reduction Strategy, Youth Work-Based Learning Action Plan, the city's Workforce Development Strategy, the Newcomer Strategy. The kinds of stuff we're doing works with the sort of thrusts and strategies the city has. So we are feeling very happy about what the city is doing to make this stuff work. So really I need to commend the city for its leadership in this area, including directing staff at your February meeting to solicits expressions of interest for social enterprises to operate the cafe on the square, and also to commend you for the development of the social procurement framework to ensure that public sector purchasing can deliver a double bottom line, i.e. getting good value for your money, as well as doing social value. These are important initiatives that in the long run will reduce dependence that marginalized individuals have on government support. Social enterprises have a great track record of delivering that bottom line. I can provide you details if you like, but I'm here today to ask you to support option 2B, the option to approve the establishment of or to ask for social enterprises to bid on providing the food services to operate Cafe on the Square. There are over a dozen food service social enterprises operating in the GTA. Some, like Working for Change, have been in operation for over 20 years. This is not new. We're not newcomers. We've been doing this for a long time. Social enterprises have the capacity and the capability to successfully operate the cafe. Food services is an area where social enterprises excel, and I'm confident that if a social enterprise, if given the chance, can effectively operate the cafe, the cash return to the city may not be as great as that generated by a private sector operator, but the social outcomes, generating jobs and training for disadvantaged individuals, more than compensates, I believe, for any reduced income. So supporting option 2B will ensure that the City of Toronto continues to provide leadership in the area of social procurement, employment training, and supporting people with challenges find meaningful full-time work. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Harstone. Does anybody have questions of the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
The next deputant is Chris Klugman from Paintbox Catering and Bistro Incorporated. Morning, Mr. Klugman. I think I don't know if you're here, I gave instructions to Mr. Harstone. You have the same parameters.
I caught those. Thank you very much.
I'd like to start whenever you're ready.
I'd like to make an introduction of my partner, Alison Gibson. We are the co-owners of Paintbox Catering and Bistro, Inc., which is a social enterprise. It's a certified B Corp, a benefit corporation, so we're part of a community of businesses worldwide that are using the power of business to implement positive social and environmental outcomes. I wanted the chance for you to meet us and, again, question us. We feel very strongly that the possibility of a social enterprise restaurant in Nathan Phillips Square is not only possible, but a great idea. We, as far as background goes, my background is in food service and in food retail. I've been in the business for over 30 years and have been working as a food service consultant and professor at George Brown College prior to opening Paintbox Bistro and Catering. The other applicant for the opportunity, the operators of Hawthorne, I think are also a great operator, and I wanted to express that we are open to collaboration as well in undertaking this opportunity. In our initial letter of interest, it was unclear exactly what the opportunity might look like. In consultation with city staff, things have evolved since that time. So what we envision would be a new nonprofit corporation with Alison and I as the management, and with a mandate to operate an organization which did provide the positive social outcomes in line with City of Toronto priorities.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Councillor McConnell, and then Councillor
So first of all,
Davis.
Thank you, Chris, for coming forward. And as you know, the Paintbox, maybe other members of the committee don't know, the Paintbox is the social development, comes out of the social development plan for Regent Park, and has really been quite successful in enabling people to enter the food services business and get more skills in that. What I wanted to ask you, and you mentioned Hawthorne as well, who also take people out of the hotel industry and train them for better jobs, and are in partnership also with some of the hotels. So how would you see, if we had this sort of thing downstairs, how would you see being able to, first of all, target the people who might be on our poverty reduction strategy list, if you think of it that way, through tests or whatever, and how would you cycle them into other opportunities so that it's a more fluid movement of training and long-term employment? Can you address that?
As far as targeting the individuals that would be involved in the training strategy, we found it very useful with Paintbox to go through tests because really, by definition, people that are in receipt of OW or ODSB are individuals that are, for whatever reason, not in a position of employment.
Yes.
Our history over the last 3 years of operating Paintbox is with these targeted individuals, there's been without a structured program, there's been a natural cycle through Paintbox and into other opportunities, not necessarily in the hospitality business. A lot of the skills which we've been focusing on are generalized training and career development skills. We have some great, actually several of our supervisors and key staff at Paintbox are people that started as trainees 3 years ago. However, at the same time, we've got a number of individuals who've actually gained a foothold in the world of employment in other areas. I would propose, though, for the City Hall opportunity that we undertake a more structured approach, because we've learned a lot in our 3 years at Paintbox. Our mandate, by the way, our specific mandate at Paintbox is training and career development for marginalized individuals and with a specific focus on Regent Park. We will consider the specific focus in line with the city priorities, whether we're focusing on youth, for example, or on people with mental disabilities, etc.
Yes.
But yes, I'd like to see something more akin to a school-based training program.
Yes. And so that leads into my last question, which is, do you see that whatever we do downstairs could be very much partnered or connected to or liaise with George Brown or another institution where people could perhaps get used to things and then move on to a more structured schooling, if I could put it that way.
Yes.
Moving backwards and forwards between that, because I know that you've done that in the Paintbox very successfully, and I thought maybe you'd like to talk about how that works.
Well, what we found at Paintbox is that for those individuals that are interested in pursuing careers in hospitality, our relationship with George Brown has been really productive. I'll use an example. The person who's running the lunch line as we speak right now, Tamisha Smith, started as a trainee with us 3 years ago, has been through both basic and advanced training at George Brown with funding from Paintbox for the tuition, and is now a very proud and determined, talented chef. She's an example of somebody who's really benefited from that in pursuing a career in our industry. At the same time, we have others who have gone on to find employment in other industries, which maybe George Brown could participate in or maybe not. But I don't see why we would not continue to pursue this relationship. George Brown is great, not just in terms of their curriculum, but their overall support, and their community outreach department is really second to none.
Thank you. Thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Other questions of the deputant? Councillor Davis?
Welcome. obviously, if we're going to use a social enterprise model, there are many who are currently doing this. We're going to have a selection process of some sort, and I'm wondering, the report says we need to build into that procurement and selection process an ability to achieve or evaluate. We need to evaluate the organization's ability to achieve our social goals that are part of this undertaking. And I'm wondering, what will we be evaluating amongst those of you who have had the experience doing this? Do you have advice to us what we should be looking for?
This is an ongoing question with the whole thing of social return metrics. Is a really interesting question, and it's really an essential part of the whole piece, to be able to say, what have we accomplished?
Yes.
The kinds of measures that come up are issues like, number of individuals who were formerly in receipt of government assistance who are no longer in that situation. Number of people who are unemployed that are now employed. The overall quality of life for these individuals measured by measures like housing.
And do we have the regular measures for providing high-quality food service, I presume?
Well, I would certainly refer you back to our business, Paintbox Catering and Bistro. We are, if you haven't had our food, I think that we stand out amongst Toronto caterers as being the ones that are making food from highest quality from scratch, where others are using products purchased from multinational prefabricated distributors. I'm really proud of our food. I think it's delicious.
So we can do both, provide
I'm really proud of
excellent
the
food.
social impact we've had on the Regent Park community. We undertake a lot of initiatives way beyond the business consideration. This evening I'm conducting our weekly wine tasting for Regent Park residents. Last night we had an outside event, again making available a ukulele jam which happens weekly. The night before, we had an open mic for youth of Regent Park, which is completely funded by Paintbox with live band support. It's an option that doesn't make us any money, but in fact it costs us a lot. But what it does is strengthen our benefit to the community. Mm-hmm. So we're a business that has, it's called a triple bottom line. What we're talking about here is probably more like a double bottom line. That is both profitability and social impact.
Well, we might have similar objectives. For City Hall, it is a different place.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering what kinds of considerations you would have that we ought to be looking at in this RFP or whatever we're going to use for this being the center of our civic.
Well, I think it's important to say, what does this restaurant look like? And what service are you looking to provide, quite apart from the social part of the undertaking? I really think it's a great opportunity to showcase the city. I mean, visitors to the city, residents come, the first thing they see is Cafe on the Square. And there's an opportunity to not only provide fantastic cuisine drawn from our wonderful multicultural selection, but also to add retail component, which will showcase unique products or products which are made by other social enterprises. Examples would be Clink Coffee or Tiffin Day products.
Okay, I just have two quick questions. So you're not interested in the new restaurant. It seems that we've consulted with all of the social enterprise groups that have experience, and it's simply the Cafe in the Square. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
And lastly, our report says that there is possibility of United Way funding and Toronto Enterprise Fund money. I'll ask staff about Toronto Enterprise Fund money, but could you comment on, because obviously we're going to be subsidizing it, and we'd be looking for some way to, I guess, recover some of the costs. So is there, what's the indication that the United Way will fund some of it?
I'm sorry, what does the...
The report says that there is a possibility of funding from the United Way. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, and I think it's actually great. This is, with our experience starting a social enterprise, the costs are great, and particularly in terms of the cost of labor. Essentially, we do not have the efficiency that we would have in hiring professionals that were not challenged and did not have a training component attached that was above and beyond the day-to-day job skills. So it is an expensive undertaking, and if the decision is made by the council to go ahead with this, I think it must be understood that there is a cost to managing a social enterprise, and the support from Toronto Enterprise Fund, especially in the initial years of operation, I think would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Nunziata?
Just a question. So, I'm trying to just look at your background. So you are operating where?
So we're in Regent Park. We're at the corner of Sackville and Dundas.
And so how much rent do you pay?
Our rent is a per square foot rent based on a lease with the partnership between Daniels and Toronto Community Housing. There's a supplementary component which we've received the benefit of having a food business incubator, which tax component is compensated over a 10-year period through a tax break from the city. It's called an IMIT grant.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
Okay, sorry, it's a bit topsy-turvy. There are always two components of rent. What we receive from the city is the go-ahead that over a 10-year period, due to part of our operation is not catering or restaurant, it's what we call our food business incubator. So what we do is businesses are born and grow in Paintbox. And so as part of our operation is training and career development, not just for employment, but for people that are on an entrepreneur track. Based on that, the city provided this IMIT incentive, I'm not sure what it stands for right now, that allows for a break in property tax, decreasing break over the first 10 years of operation.
So what is your plan on paying, if you sign a lease agreement, on paying the rent here?
We have to decide what the nature of the operation is and how expensive the training component really is. So what we have not been able to look at is the actual day-to-day operating expenses for this space. So what we'd have to do is really start from scratch with a proper pro forma, and then say what money are we prepared to put into training. At that point, that would be, or alternatively, how much is required from the city, and at that point we can say, this is how much money can be spent on the social piece.
So at this point, you don't know what the financial...
Simply because we haven't been provided with any of the
No.
operating expenses.
No. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in this morning. And now we'll move to questions of staff.
Thank you very much.
Okay, questions of staff? Why? Never have both. Questions of staff? Councillor Ford?
I guess the elephant in the room is, can you justify the need for a $100,000 food service advisor? And what will they actually be doing for that money?
So in terms of the food consultant, we were asked by a committee and council to go and look at how all the food services on Nathan Phillips Square, Cafe on the Square, and the new, I'll call it high-end restaurant, how all of that would work together, what would be the appropriate mix of food services, so that eventually we can work towards a goal of having a food service on Nathan Phillips Square that council and the city could be proud of. So since I'm in the real estate area and not necessarily in food service, we figured that we would need a consultant to help us out with that selection process.
What is the justification for $37,000 process monitor?
Okay, the fairness
Maybe,
monitor.
sorry, before you answer it, I get a
Yes.
second part. Is this not what we pay staff for in purchasing or in the AG's office?
Yes, this wouldn't be a purchasing process. I recommended that we move from I'll say a quasi-purchasing process to a real estate transaction at the last council meeting that this was dealt with, because we weren't getting, I'll say, an appropriate response to our RFPs. So at Union Station, when we selected Osmington to be our head lessee, we went through this iterative process with the marketplace and negotiated with proponents along the way. So we started out with 10 proponents, narrowed it down to 2 or 3, and had full negotiations regarding a lease at that point. So that's completely different than a PMMD process. The reason for the fairness monitor is for them to make sure that we're following our process and that we're treating everyone fairly. And I think that was the quantum of number, I estimated that number from what we had used at Union Station in terms of the amount of time we needed a fairness monitor there. This is a smaller project, so it may be less than that.
The proposals set forth seem to only be for a social-based restaurant. Has this been open to the business community at large in order to give the city the best possible options?
Originally, it was open to all when I came to committee the first time around. The last time, committee and council directed me to look at social enterprises. But in the report today, you still have the choice to either ask me to go and continue exploring and negotiating with social enterprises or go to a commercial enterprise solely. So you can make either or choice.
Mr. Chair, my last question. Has there been any consideration to make a requirement of the tenancy for whatever private enterprise occupies it, that a percentage of the location's workforce needs to be provided through a social agency?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Has there been any consideration to make a requirement of the tenancy for whatever private enterprise occupies it, that a percentage of the location's workforce needs to be provided through a social agency?
No. If I understood the question correctly, you're saying if there's a commercial entity that we bring in, a percentage of their profits would go to a social agency? No, we have not looked at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Next, I had Councillor McConnell.
So question to staff. As I understand it, you have two choices, to go back to what we did before, which was not very successful, or to go into the social enterprise arena. But then the other piece is $100,000 for someone who comes in as a specialist on food and restaurant businesses and so on. In either one of those cases, you need that person, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I would want that person.
So it's not that one is attached, and if you go to 2B, that you have to spend $100,000. It's that you have to spend that money anyway.
Okay.
Am I correct that that person will be looking at how we manage kind of the food truck or the Tasty Thursdays or whatever, the new restaurant that is being proposed, and how to get someone, and how to evaluate both the need for that restaurant, the need for the type of food, high-end, low-end, medium-end, as well as the snack bar, and as well as kind of how the vendors all work in general. Isn't that what you're looking at in an expert in the food industry?
I'll say, short answer, yes, and I would be wanting them to help us develop a vision
Yes.
for Nathan Phillips Square and all of the food services.
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
I'd want to make one small correction, though, in terms of your understanding of it. The procurement, or sorry, the process that we're going to undertake, that I'm recommending, the iterative process would be the same if it was a social procurement
Yes.
matter or if it was a commercial matter. I just wanted
Correct,
to make
right?
that clear.
Yes, absolutely. And also, it seems to me that, I know we chose Hero Burger for quite a long time, and they've got a lease. But at that time, I think there was questions as to what were the best sorts of food options for a city public square and city hall to be offering to tourists, to members of the public, to members of staff, so that we really had some healthy choices and some fresh food that would work well with our food policy plans, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
Right, okay. So one way or another, you believe we need that person to help with a business that is not your business of real estate, but a different business that we have no other expertise in, which is the food industry business.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. That was me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nunziata, 5 minutes.
Okay. So, in 2012, there was a report that came to this committee and regarding the results of the RFP, and then it was a recommendation that we retain a food service consultant, so to develop the RFP. So can you tell me, what was the cost of that consultant, and why can't we use the results of that consultant? What did we spend on that consultant?
Okay, so I believe that cost came in around $40,000. I don't have it in front of me, but I seem to recall it was around that number.
So what did we do with
But
that? Then we spent
scope-
$40,000 on a consultant, and what did we do with their
Right.
findings?
That consultant helped us with, I'll say, identifying the fast food companies that may be able to help us out on Nathan Phillips Square that may have wanted to bid. They made recommendations with respect to the price points of the different foods that should be available. Okay, so I'll say the price point in Cafe on the Square is a bit higher than what you'll find out on the square. So that was the type of thing that he was helping us with. But the scope wasn't to figure out what should the food services be across the entire square, with a high-end restaurant, with I'll say, low-end fast food, and sort of a medium kind of pricing at Cafe on the Square.
So we basically just wasted our money there in 2012. And the report, well, no, I mean, we keep hiring consultants.
Sorry, Councilman Nunziata, you asked a question?
Yeah, I know, Councilman McConnell's question. The report recommends that we retain a process monitor, 37,000. Now, Councilor Ford asked that question. Do we not have staffing that can do that? to ensure fairness. Why do we have to go outside and hire and spend $37,000? We don't have experienced staff to be able to do that?
Well, the fairness monitor is supposed to make sure that we're following our process. So,
And we don't have anybody on staff that can do that.
well, I would think that if someone then decides to dispute the process, it's all city staff making the comments. So I don't think that's impartial.
But we do that
Fairness-
when we go up for tenders and that. We go up for tenders and there's contractors that dispute.
If committee and council prefers that I not hire a fairness monitor, we will try to follow the process as closely as possible and document all of the actions that we take with every party.
That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, 5 minutes.
Mr. Casale, could you just, you clarified that you will be using the tenant selection process outlined in Appendix 1 of the February report in either case, whether it's a social enterprise or a commercial undertaking, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then you described this iterative process that we used at Union Station. Because I have not pulled up the February report, can you quickly tell us what is the nature of that process?
Sure. So at this point, we have 2 entities that have expressed interest in Cafe on the Square. So they may have completely different ideas of what they want to do in that space. So we would be asking them, first of all, we would be presenting them with what do we want to see in the space. We provide both of them with the same information. They come back to us, and one may say something completely different than the other in terms of new ideas. We then review those ideas and say, we like number 1, number 3, and number 7. We put those back out to those proponents and say, do you still want to continue following this process with the city and towards entering into a lease?
Okay, so
That's much different than bid on.
why would PMMD not do that process as opposed to real estate?
Because that's really a real estate process. It's a negotiation. It's not
It's a tenant
procurement.
lease kind of thing.
Yes.
And this issue of the consultant, if we decide on a social procurement model for inside City Hall, Cafe in the Square space, are they going to consider that as kind of a given before we then hire the consultant who's going to look strategically overall at all food services for Nathan Phillips Square and City Hall?
Sorry, what's the given? I didn't understand that part.
Well, I guess we're hiring a consultant to give us advice on overall, all food services for Nathan, to look more holistically instead of individually putting out tenders or calls for each individual, the new restaurant, Nathan Phillips Square, special events, I guess, I don't know. We're hiring a consultant to give us an overall advice on overall food strategy for Nathan Phillips Square and City Hall.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we decide on a social procurement model for Nathan Phillips Square, or for City Hall, Cafe in the Square, then is that a given? In other words, that is an assumption we're going to give to this consultant.
Yes, that would.
And they will, okay, so they will then say, okay, that's an assumption we are going to make, and we're going to give you additional overall recommendations.
Well, then they may say, well, how does that now affect the other tenants we have on the square? They may make recommendations to me about changes that we may want to make when those other leases end 3 years down the road. Do you know what I
And
mean?
will they make recommendations about the Cafe in the Square space as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so they will assist in developing the procurement process?
No, developing the vision and what is, I'll say, within reason, market-wise, to do or not do. Because they may say, we don't think this is affordable for the tenants to do if you do X, Y, or Z. So that's where I don't know that part of the business because I'm not in the food service business.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
last
you.
question.
No, that's it.
Thank you. I just had some questions. So we've been going through this whole process for a number of years now, Mr. Casale. And when we talk about rent or subsidizing rent, so in previous RFPs, we've looked at a threshold for rent. Like there's a cost to us as a city corporation to run that space. So we've always looked at a threshold level of rent that we need.
Right. So in the past, we've entered into a lease whereby we would get paid a base rent and all of our operating costs associated with the space.
Right. Okay. And when we've looked at other RFPs for this space, like I would think the food business is pretty competitive in downtown Toronto. Like if I can recall, previous RFPs, we've had very few people that have put in a bid for that space.
Yes.
Which is how we ended up with the current proponent.
That's right.
Right. So we've never had anybody, if I can recall, like Compass and Aramark, the two largest catering companies in North America, neither one of them has ever bid on that space.
I don't think they were bidders, no.
Okay. And when we look at our operating costs compared to, like we have other spaces throughout the city where we support a social procurement type operation. Like in my ward, for example, there's East Scarborough Storefront. So the operating costs downstairs would be much more expensive than a hub that we would be running in another area in the city.
I would say the operating costs in this building are actually quite good when you compare it to the market as a whole. Okay, so for office space, I think we're running about $15 to $16 a square foot, which is actually very good.
Right.
So it's not out of the ordinary.
Okay. And when we look at recommendation 2A for a commercial food operator, if we went that route with 2A, can we look at, would you look at something similar to Union Station where there's a head leasee that they would, you know, they could potentially divide that area up into different food companies?
That could be one of the options, yes.
Okay. All right. And that could include some type of social procurement model if they wanted to.
As a subset of that,
Yes.
the head lessee may be able to include a component that is, I'll say, social enterprise.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Speakers? Councillor McConnell?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to move recommendation 2B, as well as all of the other recommendations, 1 through 5. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience, and I think we've had experience also at Metro Hall with a model that is like this. The Metro Hall Cafe on the Square, if you think of it that way, is really affordable, efficient, clean, and customer has very high satisfaction. I'm also have been very active with the head leasee in Union Station. But I would remind us that Osborne, who is an expert in this, also has a huge investment and a huge ability to have investment in a much larger enterprise. So we're really not looking at that sort of a thing. And so I would be surprised if we could get a head lessee with that kind of expertise in the food business. Because in their case, they know not only retail, but also they know fast foods, they know market opportunities, and they know high and middle-end restaurants. So that's the sort of thing that works there that I don't believe would work here. But what I would say is that I have 2 of these proponents and experience with them. The first one is the Paint Box, who deputed. I can certainly say that any revitalization of any area, to have a social development plan as well as a building plan is terribly, terribly important. And this has been a major component part of that. And it is not unusual for us to have IMITs in these sorts of opportunities to get things rolling and to give incentive opportunities. And we have those all over the city in different areas. The second thing is Hawthorne, which is in 60 Richmond Street. And it is a restaurant that is run by the hotel workers in conjunction with the managers of hotels. And so they utilize it as a training facility. And so both of these examples work exceedingly well. And one of the great things about these examples is that in the case of the Paint Box, for example, not only do they do a catering business, but they also, as they have said, they're a food incubator. So you can go in and buy some of the most amazing soups, or pickled beets, or pickles, or whatever, right off their shelves, so that they utilize everything in their kitchen. And when it is that they come to a place in which there might be some wasteful pieces, then they're able to turn those into soups and that sort of thing. So it really is a sustainable a plan. So I would encourage us that this is the first step, really, and it is one of the ways in which this committee and this part of the organization can contribute to the poverty reduction strategy. We are about to hear all of the kinds of things that people think about the strategy that's in front of us. And I would say that this would be part of, talking the talk and walking the walk. I think we will still probably make as much money as we would have under the current arrangement, where they never paid their rent, and where we put it out for bids and we got really nobody interested. And I think that we've had really ups and downs here, where people who work in our own headquarters don't feel that they can eat well and healthily and in their restaurant. On the other hand, I think that they are doing their best with what they have in terms of their management. So to have more active management in terms of the chefs that come from, in one case, one King West, who's the head trainer for Hawthorne, or Mr. Klugman and others who are chefs and teaching professors at George Brown College. These are people who are contributing, as Mr. Harstone said, to the social triple bottom line. And I think that this is the least that we can do to ensure that we begin to have jobs for all of our young people, all of our people who have to rely on social assistance and who are still employable, and also people who have health challenges such as mental health. So we have these all over the city, 12 dozen of them, and they are all very, very successful businesses. And so I would ask us to walk down that road and see that this is better for everybody. And finally, my last statement is, this is done in Edmonton, and I have never been in a happier place than when you go into the cafeteria of Edmonton City Hall, because they know that they are giving a hand up for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McConnell. And next, I have Councillor...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I just ask Councillor McConnell a question on clarification on her motion? What is it that she moved? What did you move?
Sorry. So if you look at the recommendations,
Yes.
I'm recommending, is this on or off? I don't know, is that on now? I'm recommending, first of all, for the corporate officer to proceed with the tenant selection. Then I'm recommending 2B. You see how
Okay, so I just want to know the numbers. So you're moving number 1 and 2B.
and 2B, which
Yeah.
is to go
Yeah.
down the social procurement.
Right.
And then I'm recommending all of the other recommendations, 3, 4, which is the visionary, the
Yeah.
yes, consultant for
And
vision.
5.
4, which is the fairness, and 5.
So you're recommending hiring the consultant,
Yes.
100,000 and 37,000?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I am. And you may want to have these individually voted on, that's fine.
Okay, other questions of the mover? Seeing none. Next speaker was Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I will not be supporting this. There's no way I can justify to the taxpayers spending $100,000 and $37,000 on a food service advisor and a process monitor. I heard the explanation. I thank staff for giving me the answer, but I respectfully 100% disagree with them. So I won't be supporting that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ford. Councillor Davis was next, and then Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting the recommendations in the report, including 2B and Councillor McConnell's motions, which are to support a social enterprise model. I do have some hesitancy about hiring another consultant, but I am also I also want this to be done properly and to be done well, and I trust when Mr. Casale says they don't have the capacity to do this in-house, they don't have the capacity to do this in-house, and this will also enable us to, I think, better define what it is we're seeking in all of the various food service functions at City Hall. And I think the report it also recommends using this new kind of iterative approach to finding a tenant for City Hall, both sites, and I think this is a model we should learn from and be able to do, I think, in specialized situations like this. So I will support those recommendations. And I don't think that because it's a social enterprise model that we're assuming that it is going to be, on an ongoing basis, a subsidized model. It has the capacity, as we've seen both at Paintbox and at Hawthorne, to deliver high-quality food services and demonstrate best practices in terms of providing on-site training and providing opportunities for supporting all of our various strategies, and one of the deputants laid them out very clearly. Our newcomer strategy, our employment strategies, all of them. Our incubator. Food incubation is one of our priorities for our economic development strategy. So combining those into one place at City Hall, we've done it at Metro Hall. I mean, the YMCA model there is excellent. So we can do it here. It still leaves open the new restaurant, the larger restaurant, for a different kind of food service. And I think that we will get a better idea and hopefully better bidders going through this process for the next round. I just wish you could expedite it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes.
The other one.
Sorry. There you go, okay. I will not be supporting spending any money on consultants. I think we've spent enough over the years on consultants. As I mentioned when I was asking the questions, we also spent money in 2012. We're always spending money on consultants, and we're always coming back every year, same issue, same issue. We never seem to get this resolved with the cafe on the square. I mean, last year, we had deputations where the rent wasn't being paid, right? And, you know, it just goes on and on and on. And all we're doing is spending money. But I think that Councillor, the chair is moving motions, which I will be supporting. But just to the staff, I don't think that, I think it's possible that we can have a partnership with an enterprise model and a commercial, right? We can have two if we partner with another group in coming forward with an RFP, coming forward with bringing forward a proposal to us. I don't think we can close the doors on just one. I think there's opportunities to partner with others. And as, for example, like a Tim Hortons. Like, why can't we have a Tim Hortons? I don't know why, but we can have a Tim Hortons, part of it, and the other half could be a social enterprise model. You can have both. You don't have to have just one. So I think that the staff, when they go back, they can look at that model. Because I would like to see that, and I would support that model. But I definitely do not support spending any money on consultants or any of that. I just think, as far as I'm concerned, it's a waste of money. If we're going to be spending that money, we may as well be giving it to the agencies.
Thank you. I'm going to speak last. Sorry, I'm just going to reset my clock. Okay, so I have 3 motions that I would like to move. My first one, motion A, is that motion 1 by Councillor McConnell be amended. Recommendation number 1 be deleted and replaced with the following. 1A, that City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer not to proceed with the tenant selection process for the Nathan Phillips Square restaurant development opportunity. And 1B, that City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer to proceed with the tenant selection process for the food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall. Motion B, that recommendation 2A be adopted. And motion C, that staff consider all food service operations in a holistic manner to ensure well-coordinated food service operations at City Hall. So the reason for, similar to what Councillor Nunziata was just saying, we've been trying to get a restaurant or a food operation to work downstairs for a long time. I previously chaired this committee in the last term where we sent a number of RFPs out, I think 2, trying to get a viable food service operation downstairs. The last one we barely had sent out, and we had issues right away with the leaseholder. And if you look at the surrounding area, I understand the concept behind social enterprise model. We have one that works in my ward in East Scarborough. And, I've looked at a number of them around the city. They all work very well. I'm not sure that a social enterprise model will work that well downstairs. I think the food sector is very competitive in downtown Toronto. You can go across the street, there's a Tim Hortons across the street. There's a Starbucks, there's a food court. We're surrounded by food courts and restaurants. I really think that the competitive nature of the food industry in downtown Toronto, a social enterprise model won't work in downstairs. And so for that reason, I'm putting forward these motions, and I hope I can have your support. Thank you. Councillor Davis, you have questions?
Okay, I'm not understanding what you're doing. So you're suggesting that we not proceed with the tenant selection process separately from the tenant selection process in Nathan Phillips Square. So, okay, so you're
So I'm saying
deleting.
No, sorry.
They not proceed with tenant selection process for Nathan Phillips Square restaurant.
Correct.
What are you suggesting we do then? I guess I'm missing it.
Sorry?
if you are not recommending to proceed for a tenant selection process for the Nathan Phillips Square restaurant development, that's the new one,
Correct, the new one. So
how
we
are you
have,
proposing to
we have Hero Burgers
proceed?
out there, so not to proceed.
Oh,
So we not have a restaurant there.
after all this time, you're saying we not have a restaurant there?
So the current plan right now is we have Hero Burgers out there, and then where the large tent was during the Pan Am Games, the plan currently is we're supposed to have a high-end restaurant there.
Right.
And I don't think that works. I think that when you look at Nathan Phillips Square, whether it's Cavalcade of Lights, the Pan Am Games, all the events that we have there, the square is not big enough. When we have a large event like that, we don't have enough space to do it. And I don't think a high-end restaurant would work there, and I think there's better opportunities to use that space for the public. And then secondly, I think the space that Cafe and the Square is currently in isn't suitable for a social enterprise endeavor. And I'm asking staff to move forward with 2A that goes back out to tender and to look at some type of holistic approach where maybe we have a Headley C with smaller tenants running in that space.
And why do you think a social enterprise model can't work there?
I think the paint box, I think they're going to have trouble covering the rent that we're asking for. We're going to have to subsidize them. The social enterprises that I've looked at, they get subsidized for a finite amount of time, and then they have
Become
to,
independent,
if they become independent.
yes.
If they don't become independent, they have to go find other sources of funding,
Okay. Well,
can't
I'm not
cover
gonna-
their costs, and then we're going to be back to square one.
Okay, I'm not going to argue. Thank you.
Councillor McConnell?
Yes. Thank you. So what I'm not, so I followed now finally that was a bit clearer. But so what if it works at Metro Hall, where there is a food court down the escalators, I'm not really understanding why it wouldn't work in our civic building when, in order to move towards any of these other places, one has to go across the road and in the surrounding area, much further than in Metro Hall.
Right.
And certainly our business in Cafe on the Square, I mean, sure, you can have a hamburger, but you can't have a hamburger every day. But our business is really about not people sitting down and fine dining, but people going in for their sandwich or going in for their salad or going in for an entree or whatever. That's what people do in order to eat at their desk, and in that sense, save us money and productivity, right? So I'm not really understanding, when you made this motion, why you didn't look at the Metro Hall model and the fact that that model has so far been very, very successful.
Right, but we're not in Metro Hall, we're in Toronto City Hall, right?
Right.
And, you can go in a Cafe in the Square, as you said, you can get, they have a great food offering. I don't have any problems with their food offering. You can go down there and get a sandwich, you can get a salad, you can get fresh food, you can go in there on Friday and get salmon and fish and chips, right? And they will tell you that a lot of the food that they serve is sold locally. But you have to cover your costs too, and they've never been able to do that. And I do not see how putting a social enterprise model in there that we're going to subsidize as well. So for example, there were some comments about the United Way. So from what I've seen of the United Way, and I think they do great work, I'm fully supportive of them. They will subsidize somebody for a finite amount of time, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. And if a social enterprise is in there and can't find funding, they're gonna come to the city and ask for funding.
So are you aware, I'm going to ask you Metro Hall model actually has the food court like right in its basement, and it still is doing exceedingly well. But are you aware that in Edmonton, they pay their rent? Like, I don't think anyone was expecting that this was about subsidizing. This was about a model of business that absolutely works, and it works all over the city, and these people pay their rent.
Right.
So I'm not understanding why you don't think that they can pay their rent.
Councillor McConnell, you give the example of Edmonton. I can give you a half dozen other examples where it doesn't work in their downtown core.
But where would those be? They're not at Metro Hall, they're not at Hawthorne, they're not at the Paint Box. Where are they?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just on a point of order.
Yes, sir.
I respect Councillor McConnell's interest in the questions that she's asking, but it's to clarify your motions.
That's
And this
why I'm
has
asking.
nothing, Edmonton, it has nothing to do with your motion. And now you're the chair, you can answer it away, but this is not clarifying your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. So you have your opinion that you think it'll work, and in my opinion, in my experience, I've worked in the food industry before
Yes, I know that.
I got involved in politics, and as I said, I've done a lot of work
Yes, I.
in social enterprises, and I don't think it will work downstairs.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McConnell? Sorry, Councillor Nunziata?
Okay, just a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So on your motion, A, 1B, just a question, that City Council direct the Chief Financial Officer to proceed with the tenant selection process for the food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall. Would you, because when I spoke and I asked staff about that, support that it also include a partnership with social enterprise?
I think in my remarks, and, I would expect them to be looking at some type of,
Yeah, so maybe we could put that in there, and so this, because then it will be a partnership with both, right? So we don't have to really worry about who's going to be paying the rent, because it would be an agreement made with both parties, right? If we're able to do it, I don't know, but I think
yeah, if you'd like it more,
something maybe we can look at.
if you would like it more specific, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm just asking a question.
If I can,
Councillor Davis.
in February, council directed that we proceed. Could I have the minutes from the February meeting?
Sorry, Councillor Davis, I'm over here if you're asking me questions.
No, I'm not. I am.
Okay, then we're done.
No, Paul.
No. I was asking, sorry, the
The
clerk for a copy of the February decision, which directed what is happening
But you're asking me
today.
a question about.
My question of you is, how can this not require a two-thirds vote? Because you are asking for essentially a reopening of the council decision to proceed with the restaurant.
No, I'm not.
You told me in my last round of questioning that we should not have a restaurant in Nathan Phillips Square.
Correct.
So if you believe we should, and your motion is to not have a restaurant in Nathan Phillips Square, that is contrary to the council February decision. And maybe I would like to then ask the clerk.
1A is out of order, as the clerk is saying, just
Get clarification from.
Yes, I would like clarification, because I believe it constitutes a reopening, and that you would have to request council to reopen.
We will
this
ask for
matter.
clarification from the clerk.
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Me? That's okay. They helped me draft it.
Does the chair want clarification from my point of view?
I think she
I
has.
am seeking, I am questioning whether or not this motion is in order in the way it is constructed, because it is essentially a reopening of the February decision and council direction. So I would ask the clerk for her advice on this matter. But if it requires you to,
I don't feel that this stops a restaurant from being anticipated per the plan, per city council's plan, but it stops me from doing anything right now. So if the words were inserted at this time, stop the selection, or not have the tenant selection process at this time, that would, I'll say, solve the issue of is it in order or not in order. That's
isn't
what I
this
think.
a bit, you're saying then the restaurant is still in the plan to be proceeded with at some point?
Yes.
That's not the intent of the motion. The intent of the motion is to not have a restaurant in Nathan Phillips Square.
1B. Look at 1B.
Well, all I'm saying is that in terms of the councillor's request to not proceed with a tenant there, that's an action that I can take and not proceed at this time. And then council can deal with what does that mean ultimately to the plan.
No, it would
There
seem
just
to
be
me that,
inaction on my part in obtaining a tenant for that portion of the plan.
well,
So it's in order, right? That's all we're
No,
asking.
we're asking the clerk, is this in order?
As
Because it...
presently worded, it is not in order.
That's correct.
But I can insert at this time.
The Chief Corporate Officer has advised that the words "not to proceed at this time" would not affect Council's decision from February. It would just delay the implementation, and the plan is not affected at the moment.
But that's not what the mover said the intent was. Isn't that correct?
okay, so who's in the chair? Are you in the
You're
chair?
in the chair.
So I'm happy to take the chair and ask the chair if he intends to amend the motion.
I intend to amend the motion.
But do you intend to, do you intend, have you changed your mind? Because
Yes.
what you said was that your intention was to not have a restaurant in the square.
Correct. And if at this time achieves that, I will amend it to put at this time in the motion.
But it doesn't achieve it. It simply puts it off to another discussion at another time.
But it's
which
still
was
in
not,
order.
which was not your intention. So is your intention,
Councillor McConnell, I said that my intention is
Yes.
not to have a restaurant out there. And
Right.
if at this time stops it or slows it down, then
Right.
I will,
then I would...
that's going to be in the motion.
Then I would ask the clerk, if the intention of the mover, no matter what the words are, is to stop a decision of council in February, then I believe that that's a reopening and needs two-thirds, and I'd like your opinion on that, please.
The intent of the mover is not relevant. It's what actually is adopted in the motion which is irrelevant. Which is relevant.
That is not.
It's what is moved and adopted by the committee.
Okay, thank you. Taking the chair back.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on the request, the amendment, would you be willing to amend that to B, 1B?
Yes, I thought I said I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did
So if we can include that then, okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Ford?
On the clarification of your motion, I don't see, unless I'm missing something, the $100,000 food service advisor and the $37,000 process monitor.
Yes, so my motion, it stops both of those.
Yeah, it does.
Stop both of those.
Yeah.
Where would it stop it, on which motion?
It's not moving it.
Right.
You're not specifically moving it.
So what my motion does to amend Councillor McConnell's, that Motion A stops that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have motions. Yeah, so motion A by myself goes first.
And will require 2/3 of council.
Thank you for the heckling, Councillor Davis.
No, it's true, it will require 2/3 of council.
All in favor?
But Mr. Chair, before you proceed on a point of order,
And voting.
no, on a point of order, there's still discussion between legal and the clerk, and I want to know absolutely when this matter goes to
Clerk-
council,
the clerk gave
whether
you an
this will
answer.
require a
Councillor Davis.
2/3 vote.
Councillor Davis, both you and Councillor McConnell asked for clarification from the clerk, and she provided you with an answer. If you don't like the answer, I'm sorry.
The
But she
speaker-
provided you an answer
We're
to your
discussing
question.
the answer with legal.
Legal.
That's our point.
I want to understand when this comes to council, and Councillor Nunziata is in the chair as the speaker,
So Councillor Davis,
whether or not this
once
will
again,
require a
we're in the middle of
2/3.
voting. You and Councillor McConnell both asked questions of the clerk for clarification of the intention of the motion.
Okay, well, I will
The
challenge
clerk-
this at council
The
again.
clerk
I don't think
provided
this is
an
appropriate.
answer to both your answers, and now we're voting.
The question is this will, whether or not this
All right,
requires
so
2/3
all in
of
favor
council.
of motion A? Opposed? So that carries.
Well, as long as you don't need 2/3.
Motion B. Sorry.
Yes.
Councillor McConnell's motion? As amended?
No.
This is your motion.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Sorry, Councillor,
Councilor McConnell's motion as amended.
with my,
It's your
right,
amendment on
right,
It includes his.
social enterprise on B.
right.
Yeah, it takes the social enterprise out of it.
So all in favor?
But didn't,
I'm amended Councillor McConnell's motion.
yeah, so social enterprise is not on the floor, isn't
No,
that
hold on,
correct?
hold on, Councilor McConnell.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
I'm trying to, as far as.
Jennifer, can you explain?
As far as my question that you said you were going to, you agreed to it, is that?
So we voted on motion, my first motion that amends Councillor McConnell's. So it takes out,
The social enterprise. No,
Take-
it takes out this, no, it takes out the restaurant.
And the money and the restaurant, right?
right,
Am I correct?
correct. That's, sorry,
Okay.
Jennifer,
If I can explain to you? Do you want me? Okay.
go ahead.
Motion one by Councillor Ainsley has amended Councillor McConnell's motion as it pertains to recommendation one only, which is respect to the tenant selection process for the restaurant on the square. Councillor McConnell's motion still includes option 2B, which is the social enterprise for the space inside City Hall, I believe. So that's still before us. Item 3 will be amended so that it only pertains now, because of Councillor Ainsley's amendment of recommendation 1, only pertains to the City Hall portion, 4 the City Hall portion, and 5 the City Hall portion.
Thank you. That clarifies. I had no idea what I was going on.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Yeah. Well, because
This
it's
is
the
your
only way-
motion, isn't it?
No.
No. It's still Councillor McConnell's.
Oh, okay.
All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, let's go. All in favor? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Davis, opposed? Councillor Ford, sorry, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Ford. Okay,
No, now we're going to your B.
right. Now we're doing my B, that recommendation 2A be adopted. All in favor?
Recorded?
Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Ford. Opposed? Councillor McConnell, Councillor Davis, that passes.
Okay, 2 seconds.
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, there's still another.
Sorry, we have another,
We need to,
There's still another amendment that we have to vote on.
we'll get to that in a second. I just have to make sure we cover off what needs to be adopted. So we've adopted a 1, 2B. Do we still, are we still required to adopt 3, 4, and 5? Those are 3, 4, and 5? Because they just lost that. Right. So so what we need is amendments.
Right, it's the other being one now, the Councillor Nunziata updated with the social enterprise piece. That's what she's asking about.
Yeah, that one's fine. Yeah.
yeah. Right,
Yeah.
they've been defeated.
Yeah. We're going over to your next.
Yeah. Okay. And then motion C, my motion C. All in favor?
I can't read it.
Oh, sorry. That staff consider all food service operations in a holistic manner to ensure well-coordinated food service operations at City Hall. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Okay.
No, but just, can I just, I keep asking the same question. The amendment that the chair agreed to amend, did we include that? I didn't see it on the
Yes.
So
screen.
Jennifer, it's that, sorry.
That's what that's why.
It's the, it's this.
Yes.
No, it's one below it.
Sorry, hold on, everybody. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna,
That's not an amendment, it's contrary.
okay, the clerk is gonna call what we're voting on.
Okay, so Councilor Ainsley's is fine. We're done. So Councilor Ainsley's 1A. We're retaking the vote. Councilor McConnell. So retake on the vote on 2B as put forward on the floor by Councilor McConnell. On recommendation 2B as moved by Councilor McConnell, which is the social, I'm sorry. On recommendation 2B moved by Councilor McConnell, we'll be retaking the vote. Due to the,
All in favor of 2B?
yes.
But it's amending Councilor Ainsley's motion.
Independent.
You don't get social enterprise, you don't vote for this. That's right. And then if all Councilor Ainsley agreed, you would amend yours.
Right.
Yes, that's what it is.
B.
I recommend that we just stand down for a minute.
stand this down. And we're going to proceed to GM 6.21, TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy. The first speaker is Mr. Tim McGuire, President of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, CUPE Local 79. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. McGuire.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before you today. And I'm happy once again to communicate Local 79's strong support for Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, particularly as it enters its most important phase, how to implement it. Community groups, research, and the labor movement all agree that good jobs provide the best path out of poverty. So I'm going to focus today in on two recommendations from a good jobs perspective. Recommendation number 14 calls on the city to become a living wage employer and to advocate to other employers to encourage them to follow suit. And recommendation number 15 calls for a job quality assessment tool. These are two important milestones in poverty reduction, and I urge the committee to request staff consult openly and report back and proactively and report back on how to implement these recommendations. With respect to living wage, becoming a living wage employer is about demonstrating social responsibility, but there are also but also about economic benefits from promoting living wages. Living wage employers enjoy reduced staff turnover and improved customer service when they provide living wages. Further, there is evidence from the United States where over 140 cities and towns have already become living wage employers, that jurisdictions raised living wages experienced higher growth than those that did not. However, a living wage is just one component of a quality job. A quality job also provides, among other things, health and safety protections, stable hours, and predictable scheduling. So the city has to look at these things as a part of a quality assessment tool. And on that note, with respect to scheduling, I think it's understood now out there that issues like scheduling affect precarity. And on this note, the city has been falling down on its duty. I have to point out that the city has failed to become a leader on this last point, on scheduling. For 5 months now, Local 79 has raised concerns about scheduling for part-time staff in city-run shelters. The ongoing casualization of what used to be more full-time work is part of this concern. Positions used to be full-time, and now they're more part-time, or increasingly part-time. However, shelters management demanded that our members, city employees, that they're not guaranteed any particular number of hours, even though they have to provide availability 24/7, 4 days a week. This not only does not make finding supplementary work nearly impossible, it also disrupts their families and makes arranging childcare extremely difficult. This is a shameful practice. If the city wants to lead on poverty reduction, it has to lead on poverty reduction by taking things like adopting a living wage, but also on adopting better practices of scheduling, which leads to less precarious employment for its own employees as it pursues that in the broader public and private sector. I also want to indicate on another aspect that the city has been following down on, that's provision of full-time employment. If we want to pursue suggesting that the broader public sector and the private sector provide better full-time jobs, the city has to walk the talk on that as well. And I appreciate the motion, I believe, if I understand it correctly, moved by Councillor Shiner in another committee this week, that effectively, as I understand it, ends gapping in planning and building. Great move. It not only improves services in the physical infrastructure world, but it also makes access to more full-time employment, which helps reduce poverty. The city has to also understand that this has to happen on the social infrastructure side, that in providing more employment at the city, full-time, well-paid jobs means helping to deal with poverty in communities, and it means improving services. And the city has been falling down on this, on leading on this front for a number of years through cuts and solving their budget problems by gapping. I also want to indicate Local 79 on a positive note, support for the city has been already doing right. buying goods and services in a range of areas to combat poverty in its social procurement moves. The city should not promote bad jobs by allowing contractors to subject workers to low wage and precarious employment. It should be moving in the other direction. By demanding living wages from contractors, the city would be going beyond advocacy and would not and put concrete pressures on all employers to raise their wages. I want to emphasize that while I'm here on behalf of city employees, my members, on balance, the benefits of becoming a living wage employer and committing to a job quality assessment tool would benefit workers in the broader public sector and private sector. Combating poverty and income inequality needs to be a multi-pronged effort, but quality jobs need to be the center of the city's approach, both at the city and its agencies and contractors.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. I had a question from Councillor Davis.
I guess the main point you're making is that if we are championing good jobs, living wages, good working conditions, that we ought to be modeling those best practices as a corporation ourselves.
Absolutely, and I think on the two fronts that I spoke about in terms of full-time employment, and if there is part-time employment, ensuring that work is less precarious at the city itself is part of leading and being a model employer as it pursues adopting a living wage and other aspects. Yeah.
So is there, you've made the comment that we continue to see more part-time work.
Yes.
Is there a way to actually measure that?
I think we could probably find ways. We could track over the last number of years how many, I mean, the city has been a moving target in terms of having a full-time complement. That's getting harder to do, but we could probably trace
But
back.
do you have hard numbers that show either reductions in hours or the posting of more part-time positions over full-time positions? Is there, we have been asking for this for many years from HR, and they've never been able to provide that kind of information. I don't know if there's anyone else here from HR.
I could make that effort from the data we have from our members. We haven't done that yet, but I think there might be some things we can do in terms
Maybe
of,
we can ask for that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And ask for it, and we can work in collaboration on that too.
So this is the first time I've heard about the working conditions or the scheduling provisions for shelters. These are our directly operated shelters, and we simply ask for our shelter workers who are part-time to be available on call. Do they not have a process of shift selection or some kind of consistent approach to having hours of work?
6 months ago, there was a change. And I understand sometimes employers have issues in terms of employee availability and those kinds of things. But 6 months ago, approximately 6 months ago, our part-time members, part-time employees of the city shelters were advised, again, that they had to provide 24/7 availability for 4 days a week with zero commitment in return. This does two things. One, for people this has been their full-time job, or if it's part-time job, it's their main employment, it gives them, they can't sustain this
So
employment.
what,
But I'm going to raise another example. Someone else who I've talked to recently, this is their part-time job. It's their passion working in Toronto's communities, helping out. He's going to have to quit this job and go to his other employment solely because he works on the weekends and can't work during the week. He's going to have to quit.
I guess I'm still not understanding. So I'm a part-time worker working for shelters, support and housing in a shelter. I am supposed to have a minimum number of hours, a maximum number of hours? What is the...
My understanding is nothing of the kind currently. We need that. We've been trained to...
There are no hours of work provisions for shelters.
There are some hours of work, but they're very general, and we've been trying to negotiate on these provisions for a long time. In fact, it was an issue in the last couple of rounds of bargaining with takeaways. We need to fix this.
So you could be working in a shelter and working, what, minimum shift of 3 hours a week versus 25 hours a week versus 10 hours a week?
Moving target.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding.
Well, I've never heard of this.
Settle on that.
So, and I've had discussions with some of the management in shelter housing and support and shelters. We've been trying to set up meetings on it, but it's 6 months now, and people are having to make decisions about whether to continue the employment with their city.
So I could get a call
Sorry to
today.
interrupt.
I could
Sorry,
get
I'm going to stop your clock. Sorry, Councillor Davis, we're moving away from what's before us, which is the poverty reduction strategy.
I'm asking questions about a deputation.
Right.
You have a right to ask questions
It's
about a
supposed to, deputation and questions are supposed to be at about the poverty reduction strategy.
The point being made is that the City of Toronto
Councillor Davis.
employees
Councillor Davis,
are also living in poverty
We've
if
strayed
they're
away.
part-time workers with no guaranteed hours of work.
sorry,
So
Councillor
I'm
Davis.
trying to understand the employees who
talking about-
live in poverty who work for the City of
Councillor
Toronto.
Davis, I'm going to move on to the next person.
I'm sorry, you're cutting me off and I have
No, I
more
stopped the
time.
clock, and now you're arguing with me.
Mr.
If you have an
Chair.
issue with how I'm interpreting the rules, you can challenge me.
Okay, I will ask a different kind of question. So employees at the City of Toronto who are poor because they work part-time, there are some recommendations in this report that might assist them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think the living wage is something that has been primarily at its core about more full-time work, leading families, and those kinds of things. There are some issues in terms of part-time work that the city should be probably full-time, but even if there are part-times, we're asking for in the quality job assessment tool, those kinds of things for this issue to be looked at both at the city and at the broader public sector.
And there are probably other employees who would be considered living in poverty who work for the City of Toronto, who work in recreation, for instance? Is that also the case?
I think that there needs to be a full consultation process as the city decides how it's going to implement. It has to implement a living wage strategy and a job quality assessment tool and other parts of the good jobs aspect and the full poverty reduction. And I think there are some people that work for the city that fall under the same kind of precarity that we're talking about in the broader public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Maguire.
Thank you.
And I think we have time we have to break at 12:30, and we have time for one more deputant, I think, Mr. Michael Rosenberg.
Okay, thank you. My comments are one of a general nature and one a very specific recommendation. The general comment I want to make is that it's important that we look at the poverty strategy from the point of view of an economy that is in very difficult circumstances, and that we should see it as a problem where everybody is getting poorer. And even though some people may not see themselves as poor, they are affected by the same declining economy. We don't want to look at this as simply something that some people are affected by and others perhaps only indirectly affected. If we want to see that everybody is being directly affected, it's not just somebody else is poor and their poverty affects me, it's that everybody is either poor or becoming poorer. The report as it currently exists really doesn't recognize the declining economy. It really doesn't, it sees it as if everybody would be fine if only we were more equal. But the problem is, with the economy in such bad shape, we may not be so fine if everybody is equal. Poverty is no longer a question of inequality, it's a question of just the general state of the economy being such that the average level of the standard of living could fall below the poverty line. So that's a different point of view which I would like to see recognized throughout the introductory sections of the report. Now, on the action section, I think is actually much better. There are a lot of good actions there, but keeping in mind the sort of adding some things that relate to the state of the economy, I would recommend a very specific action, which is to review the city's job descriptions to remove unnecessary educational requirements. And that is based on not just the ability to get people more easily into jobs, but also to make it less expensive to get into jobs if people don't have to pay for as much education, or the government doesn't have to fund as much education for people. And it helps to move the economy away from an overeducated, overly knowledge-based economy that can be unproductive in the sense of, you know, when is the actual work getting done if people spend so much time in training and education? And I've you know, heard a lot of stories about the amount of time spent in training and the amount of turnover, and it isn't so productive. So we could actually save a lot of money and actually improve workflow and improve people's take-home pay if there were savings to be found from not over-educating people. So a specific way to sort of move that process along would be to add to the poverty reduction strategy a recommendation to do a review of city job descriptions to remove those unnecessary educational requirements where they can be identified as being unnecessary for the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Okay, thank you very much. And at this point, I think we're going to recess the meeting for lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you.
Would the members of the Government Management Committee please come to Committee Room 2? Would the members of the Government Management Committee please come to Committee Room 2?
Would the members of the Government Management Committee please come to Committee Room 2 for quorum?
Okay, bam. No. Okay, so I'm calling this meeting back to order retroactively 3 minutes ago. And we're going to continue on item number 21. Councillor McConnell is in a poverty reduction strategy briefing and wanted to be here to vote on number 11. So our next deputant on number 21 is Sheila Block, Senior Economist, Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in the Ontario office. Good afternoon, Ms. Block. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and to speak in support of the Council's commitment to the interim poverty reduction strategy. I really think that city staff should be commended for developing such a pragmatic, achievable strategy, as should city councillors for supporting that strategy in your vote, I guess it was in June. I want to talk to you specifically about a kind of narrow range of measures in the strategy today that address the issues of quality jobs and the living wage. So we all know that the labour market can and should be a pathway out of poverty. But unfortunately, we also know that currently the labour market in Toronto actually contributes to poverty. Our city's labour market has been transformed into one where there are many high-paying jobs, but there are also many low-wage, insecure jobs that leave far too many Torontonians living in poverty. John Stapleton, in a study for the Metcalfe Foundation, documented that Toronto has the highest concentration of working poverty in Canada and also the fastest growth rate. And he really provided us in that report with a stark characterization of the city. He described Toronto as like some kind of giant Downton Abbey, where a well-to-do knowledge class relies on a large group of low-wage, insecure workers at their workplaces to pour their coffee, clean their offices, and serve their foods. And similarly, the knowledge class relies on these people, on these working poor folks at home to maintain their gardens, mind their children, and clean their houses. And I think this is a really important image to keep in our minds as you're kind of deliberating on the nuts and bolts of this policy. So we know that there are a lot of forces outside the city's control that contribute to working poverty, and technological change and globalization are just two of them. But there really are concrete actions that the city can take and can do, and these are in fact part of the poverty reduction strategy that's before you and that you're considering. They're concrete, they're achievable, and they build on the city's existing policies and, to a large extent, the city's existing spending. And these policies really focus on the city's role as an employer, and they draw on the really enormous buying power of the city to reduce poverty and to support quality jobs. Our organization, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, really sees living wages as an essential component to improve the quality of work and to reduce working poverty. In support of that, we recently updated our calculation for the living wage in Toronto, and it's really important to note that one of the major contributors to that living wage cost and to the relatively high cost is that childcare and housing costs are so high in the city. And as a result of that, the minimum wage actually falls far below a living wage in Toronto, and really what's needed for families to make ends meet. So frankly, we were just thrilled when we saw the proposal for Toronto to become a living wage employer. And really that proposal builds on long-standing city policies like the fair wage policy. And it's really important, we want to emphasize the importance that this policy extend beyond city staff and out to contractors. We know that contracted services such as cleaning, security, and food preparation are very low-wage and precarious sectors. Extending this policy beyond city staff to services that the city purchases will raise the floor, both for employers to be good actors and for workers in these sectors. And it's also a way that the city can model decent work expectations in Toronto. And finally, it will make a very real and concrete difference in working families' lives. We think while we're great supporters and advocates for living wage, we also think it's really important that the interim strategy recognizes that becoming a living wage employer is only one step in this process and only one piece of the policy. Of the puzzle. Regular hours of work, working conditions, occupational health and safety, and opportunities for investment are also crucial. And these kinds of job quality concerns really are not limited only to the public sector. The private sector, they're found in the public sector as well. Extending the job quality index both to contractors and to city jobs themselves are also very important. I am running out of time, but I really want to emphasize that the social procurement policies that are in the interim strategy are also enormously important. They are really ways of leveraging existing spending of the city to really do double or triple duty, and they should really be given great consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Ford.
Thanks, Mr. Chairperson. Ms. Block, you were mentioning, obviously, your supporter of fair wage. Can you explain, if you have the answers, if you don't worry about it, why is our fair wage rates much higher than the province and the feds? And I don't know if you were aware of that.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, no, I'll ask that. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions of the deputant? No. I had a question, Sheila. I was recently reading two different articles. One was in the Toronto Star. It was by a gentleman named Mark Sarner from the Manifest Communications, and he talked about the benefits of a guaranteed annual income, and that we could, help eliminate poverty if we had a serious conversation about guaranteed annual income. And I was reading another article from the New York Times. It was called Mind the Gap, and the premise of that article is that large cities in the States like New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and I guess in Canada, you could say Toronto, are going to manufacturers being displaced. You're getting more into the financial sector and high tech. So you're going to attract more upper middle class and then more lower class, and you're not really going to do anything to eliminate poverty. So I was reading two articles, and they're kind of polar opposites of.
Right. So I think when you look at the description that you're in the New York Times article, I think you're actually, it's a very apt description of what we know about what's happening in the Toronto labor market, right? We've lost a lot of manufacturing jobs in Toronto, and we do have this kind of hourglass shape. And I think what's really important in terms of trying to address income inequality and that poverty is what can we do to pull up incomes at the bottom? And clearly, the city as an employer has a role to play, and the city in using its purchasing power has absolutely a role to play. In terms of guaranteed annual incomes, I'm a bit of a skeptic about that. I think it's a lovely idea, but I think the pragmatic politics of it in this day and age with the kinds of attitudes that we have towards the necessary increases in taxes that would be required to provide that, I think it's less likely to happen than some of the really kind of concrete measures that are in the poverty reduction strategy that could really have an immediate impact, and are within the city's control to implement. Thanks.
Any other questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in this afternoon. Okay, we're just going to stand down this item since we have everybody here, and we still have some of the deputants that were here this morning that would like to see how this vote plays out on number 11. So we're going to deal with number 11, and with everybody's indulgence, deal with number 11, and then go back to number 21. So at this point, we're dealing with GM 6.11, food services opportunity at Toronto City Hall and Nathan Phillips Square. So we're going to retake the vote, and the clerk, and the clerk is going to call the votes. Okay. Sorry?
Councillor McConnell's just asking if we inserted that amendment.
Yes.
Yes, we took the friendly amendment from Councilman, yeah.
Friendly amendment by me, but.
About social enterprise.
They'll show it to you on the screen. They'll show it to you on the screen. Nobody, she hasn't put it up yet. But I can't see it.
I can read it for you.
No, sorry. That's why I was asking. Oh, that's why I've got.
Councillor McConnell, there's the heart.
So could I have it? Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay. So motion number 1 by me is on the screen. Motion number 1 by Councillor McConnell be amended as follows. Recommendation 1 be deleted and replaced with the following. 1A, that City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer not to proceed with the tenant selection process at this time for the Nathan Phillips Square Restaurant development opportunity. And 1B, that City Council direct the Chief Corporate Officer to proceed with the tenant selection process, including consideration of social enterprise for the food service opportunity at Toronto City Hall.
Could we split that, please?
Want to split it? Yes. Sure. Okay.
Okay, so on part 1A?
Yep. Okay. All in favor of 1A? Opposed? And that passes. 1B, all in favor? Opposed? And that passes.
Okay.
Next.
Recorded as unanimous.
Yes. Okay, then we, and we're going to,
We'll do them in pieces.
yep,
Start here.
sorry. Then we're doing recommendation 1 as amended by me.
Which we just adopted.
Yep.
Which was just adopted.
Yep, which is just on. So all in favor?
Can you just highlight the first recommendation? Just recommendation 1. Okay, we're done? Okay.
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
Sorry.
And I'm not able to read it.
Okay.
I apologize. I have glasses on top of my lenses, and I was seeing the doctor at the end of the month.
Okay.
So,
Okay. In Councillor McConnell's motion, recommendation 1 has now been amended by Councillor Ainsley, which we just took the vote on. So we're proceeding to Councillor McConnell, recommendation 2B. Putting 2B from the staff report in front of the committee.
All right. All in favor of 2B in the staff report? Opposed? And that's defeated.
That's redundant.
So then we're doing recommendation number 3 as amended by myself.
Councillor Ainsley's motion, which was adopted, removed the portion of Nathan Phillips Square from recommendation 3 in the staff report. So this is concerning the City Hall portion only.
Do you want it on the screen?
Is this for the removal of $100,000 or just the removal of the restaurant? I'm going to call it restaurant.
Of the restaurant on this, in Nathan Phillips Square, correct.
Okay.
So your amendment includes the $100,000 consultant, but only for?
No, it removes the $100,000.
That's why I asked.
Why don't we just go one by one what's in the report?
Yeah, why don't,
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to do the mic?
Why don't we just do one by one?
Recommendation 3 as amended by Councillor Ainsley keeps the $100,000 but moves it solely to be for consideration of the cafe on the square, not the restaurant. So the whole 100,000 goes to...
You're keeping in the 100,000?
No.
but
Took
that's
the-
what that motion
Right, so you
says.
vote no.
That's what I mean. So-
If I was you.
Yeah, exactly, so.
But why would you amend, why wouldn't you just defeat item number 3?
The only thing that took that out.
Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I don't know why I'm telling you to.
The only thing-
But
If we
I
had,
was told I had
if
to
we
write
had
it.
your amendments in front of us, we could figure out what we were doing. But we never saw your motions. I don't know what your motions are.
They were on the, they were on the screen.
I understand that. I'm saying we had them in front of us. We
Can
know
you
what
put-
we're
Put
amending.
recommendation 3 on and see. His motion took this.
Okay, the amended.
So,
Following. One be deleted and replaced.
so are we just,
All right, can we just let the clerks do their job, please?
yeah,
Right, 3.
Rec 3.
Right, now highlight and the Nathan Phillips Square division.
This piece has been,
That's the piece that's...
the highlighted portion on the screen has been deleted as per Councillor Ainsley's, the adoption of Councillor Ainsley's motion 1, because it removed the City Hall, the Nathan Phillips Square restaurant from this recommendation.
So there is no explicit amendment to recommendation 3. Number 1 has the
Effective deletion of, what it will be, the City Council authorise the Chief Corporate Officer to retain a food service provider with expertise, blah, 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 after obtaining them, if possible, for these services for Toronto City Hall food service opportunity.
All in favor?
of removing the blue part.
Right.
Yes.
You know what's going to happen is going to be double negative.
It's going to be a nightmare.
Opposed? And that carries. Okay, recommendation number...
That was,
Sorry.
no, that lost.
So if you're opposed, then it doesn't.
Right, lost.
So now it isn't taken out, is that right? I'm sorry, I'm really struggling.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Why aren't we just going through the report and going through each item and voting on each item? Wouldn't that be easier?
Because he didn't amend it.
I amended it.
Which amends Regs B and Reg 4.
But then why would you vote against recommend?
I don't want to spend the $100,000.
No, but you were not at that. You were at the blue part, weren't you?
The part that's been effectively removed is the blue part.
Was already
The
removed.
$100,000 is still on the table. Your motion is $100,000. And the amendment that was adopted by the committee removed the Nathan Phillips Square restaurant piece.
Oh, so we weren't
The 100
voting on taking out the restaurant piece. I'm sorry. So now are we,
It's already been taken out.
All right, that's,
Yeah, so what it is recommendation 3 as amended by the adoption of Councillor Ainsley's.
now I got it, okay.
So the $100,000 is still on the table.
And,
We just took it.
Which just lost.
Right.
yes, yes.
And now we're on number 4.
We took the 1,000 off.
It just lost. Oh, do we do it again? Yep.
I think we need to take that vote so that people
Right,
understand.
it's gone.
Okay, if we could just do the vote so everyone is clear on what just transpired. On recommendation 3 in the staff report, minus the highlighted section in blue.
Right, got it now.
All those in favor? Yeah, just wanted, that is what was just lost.
On recommendation 3.
Correct.
On $37,000. Or whatever it is, the Fairness Commissioner.
All in favor?
Sorry. We're on 3, which is the 100, okay. I'm in favor of the 100. I think we all know what we're in favor or against.
Right. All in favor? Opposed? So that loses. Recommendation number 4.
Again, recommendation 4 now has been amended by Councillor Ainsley's first motion, which has taken the highlighted piece in blue out of the recommendation.
Right. All in favor? Opposed? And that loses. And we're on recommendation number 5. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Good.
Not done yet.
Oh,
No. Oh, 2A, yes. 2A. Yeah, 2A. 2A. Right. Yeah. 2A, sorry. That one, there we go.
But that, you add that piece now.
As in, yeah.
okay. So we're voting on 2A.
2A.
Which-
The additional social enterprise.
Yes, so now we're voting
And putting that into.
on the motion on the screen for 2A, which includes the social enterprise portion.
Put that, where were you going to put it?
All in favor?
Yes.
Right. All in favor? Opposed? Carries.
Okay, now Ainsley C.
I'll show you at the end.
C.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just wanted to...
Sorry, we have one more.
Oh, you've got one.
Yep, the one on the screen, that staff consider all food service operations in a,
What does that mean? You just cut out the restaurant, so...
in a holistic manner to ensure well-coordinated food service operations at City Hall. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries.
Item as amended.
Item is amended. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Thank you to the clerk staff.
Yes, thank you to the clerk staff. And just, Mr. Chair, if I could just raise this, I just wanted to say that certainly heads up to the legal staff and to the clerk staff that I believe that this is a reopening of the question that has already been decided in February, and that will be asked on the floor of council.
Okay.
And if you could
Thank you.
have an answer to that for the speaker, I think that would be very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are now going back to GM 6.21, TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy. And our next deputant is Danielle Olson of the Hospitality Workers Training Center.
So know what we actually do.
Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting through all of that.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes to make your deputation whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee with regard to the poverty reduction strategy. I will start by just echoing Sheila's comments earlier in terms of recognizing council and city staff for your leadership around the poverty reduction strategy. I was also torn about the choice between deputing this morning on the topic that was just voted on and the poverty reduction strategy, because the Hospitality Workers Training Center operates Hawthorne Food and Drink, which is the restaurant that Councillors McConnell and Davis referenced. So just very briefly, Hawthorne is a Feast On certified restaurant located at 60 Richmond Street East that in 2013 was identified as one of the top 10 restaurants in Toronto by Now magazine. And that was against restaurants like Richmond Station, operated by Carl Heinrich, who was one of the top chefs in Top Chef Canada. So we submitted a proposal with Working for Change, which operates food service outlets that were formerly operated by Aramark at CAMH at 100 Queen Street, as well as on the Russell Street location. So in that proposal, or that letter of interest that you have appended, I believe, in that, that section this morning, included details of our recommendation, which had ideas around animating the space that would reflect the city's strategies in other areas, such as the newcomer strategy and the youth equity strategy, at times when the food service operation was not running. So I apologize for not deputing this morning on that topic, but it does tie into my comments about the poverty reduction strategy. So the Hospitality Workers Training Center is a workforce development organization, and we partner specifically with industry and labor within the hotel and food services sector. And within that mandate, we train unemployed job seekers, specifically Ontario Works and ODSP recipients, for entry-level jobs in the industry. We also work with the industry and with the unions to train current workers to support skill development and mobility and career pathways. Part of that includes specific strategies to reduce employment precarity related to scheduling and the seasonal nature of work in the hospitality industry. So our recommendations with regard to the poverty reduction strategy within the quality jobs and good wages section requests an analysis of the current tools already available, tools and mechanisms already available within the city. Between economic development, social development and finance, Toronto Community Housing, SSAs, shelter and supportive housing, as well as purchasing and new development, to examine opportunities with a lens of access to jobs for folks who were traditionally excluded, as well as career pathways that will support a reduction in precarious employment also an intentional integration of social enterprises and small businesses, which have the objectives of providing employment to traditionally excluded groups, as well as supporting skill development, advancement, and a reduction of precarious employment. And lastly, as part of this kind of assessment of our existing resources, tools, and mechanisms within the city, to explore community benefit agreements as they've been used in other cities, specifically Los Angeles and New Haven, where new development is seen as a revenue tool to support inclusive hiring and training for, again, traditionally either excluded job seekers or low-income residents in parts of the city where development is occurring. And we see a lot of opportunity for that within private development, within the hotel and tourism industry, as well as in other sectors as well. Our second recommendation with regard to employment and training within good jobs and wages is a recommendation for city staff to explore a sector-focused workforce development strategy that would harmonize or integrate the efforts of economic development, as well as social development and finance and Toronto Employment Social Services, and identify key growth sectors and support infrastructure based on the activities that already exist to, again, support access to employment, skill development, and a reduction of precarious employment for workers in those sectors. Sectoral strategies have been used in the United States for the last 15 years. They were initially championed by private philanthropy in the 90s, by the Annie Casey Foundation and the Ford Foundations, as specific strategies to reduce poverty in communities with very polarized incomes, so with highly educated, high-income earners and an increasingly growing community of low-income, lower-educated folks. So the work that we do is based on a model in Las Vegas, where they were training 3,000 workers before the recession, and similar models exist within home health care and other sectors. I did submit a written deputation. I realize that I'm out of time. That included 3 other recommendations with regard to accountability, monitoring, evaluation, dedicated staff resources, and revenue tools. So I'll let you, and they also reflect and echo some of the recommendations within systemic change within the interim poverty reduction strategy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant?
Yes, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I have questions. So just so I understand, these are quite consistent with the recommendations in the interim report, but they provide more specific focus on such as accountability, implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and how to better integrate, for instance, your recommendation 3 amongst divisions. These are intended to just give more specific direction?
Yes, and within that, specifically to look at existing resources, practices, and tools available in the city. And the recommendations here are kind of around how to integrate and utilize those tools in order to achieve the objectives outlined in the interim poverty reduction strategy report.
Okay. Such as community benefits agreements and other mechanisms. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions of the deputant? No. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Leah Sarangi, Manager of Community Program Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. Thanks for coming in this afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leila Sarangi, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the needs that we see in our community around the poverty reduction strategy. I'm here on behalf of Women's Habitat of Etobicoke, which is an agency that provides emergency shelter and support services for women and children fleeing violence. Our shelter has been in operation for nearly 40 years. We have 10 rooms that accommodate 25 women and children. But right now, our shelter alone turns away almost 600 women in need a year for lack of space. To respond to the need of women in the community who were turning away or who don't want to be in a shelter, we opened up an outreach center in South Etobicoke where we provide comprehensive drop-in programs, support groups, one-on-one counseling, and community development. Almost all the women and children that we see are dealing with complex issues related to gender-based violence, trauma, and poverty. When the city asked communities to provide input into the poverty reduction strategy, we took the opportunity to organize multiple women-only conversations in different parts of the city, and we did this in partnership with Scaddan Court and the Toronto Women's City Alliance. We spoke to over 350 women, most of whom are living on low or no incomes. No matter who we spoke to or where they lived, the top 3 issues that we consistently heard was the need for more affordable, safe, and quality housing, good jobs, and local affordable childcare that accommodates precarious shift and unstable work hours as well as unstable parental demand. What is key to these themes for women is that they're interrelated and cannot be addressed in silos. We have worked with many women in our agency who have had to turn down offers of quality jobs because of the type of childcare they need, whether to match their work hours or that is within commuting distance just doesn't exist. We know that precarious and unstable housing situations causes much stress and compounds other issues that women are dealing with. Women's Habitat wanted to highlight the intersectional feminized nature of poverty to ensure that city strategies are being developed, that they're targeting needs appropriately. Recent statistics released by the Canadian Women's Foundation shows that across Canada, 80% of sole parent-led families are led by women, and their statistics show that the net worth of sole parent-led families that are led by fathers in Canada is $80,000. So the families led by fathers is $80,000, and compared to the net worth of sole parent-led families by women, their net worth is $17,000, so less than a quarter of their male counterparts. Some groups of women are more likely to be poor, such as Aboriginal women, racialized women, women with disabilities, and the unattached elderly women. Women's poverty is also a major determinant of why they stay in abusive relationships. We know all too well that people are working multiple jobs to earn enough income just to make ends meet. And through our conversations with women, a number of actions were identified for accessing good jobs, many of which requires the city to work in partnership with other levels of government. These actions include an immediate increase to the minimum wage, the elimination of the wage gap between women and men, the extension of maternal and parental leave beyond 1 year, which can result in better health and better care for children and mothers' mental health, the implementation of job creation strategies that target youth, women with mental health and ability challenges, older women, and homeless women, the creation of jobs for post-secondary graduates in their field of study, more job training programs that focus on gaining work experience, paid internships for youth and older women, including replicating programs for women that are already working in the city, such as Wood Green's Homeward Bound program. To hire women and tenants to do repairs in their own buildings by incorporating this stipulation into public housing contracts in order to focus on giving meaningful work employment experience, to provide health benefits for jobs traditionally held by women and low-wage precarious work, and to provide subsidies and incentives for businesses to hire women across Toronto. We applaud the poverty reduction strategy's recommendations, which begin to address these needs and issues as well as many more, and we support the city's recommendation to become a living wage employer and to encourage other employers to do the same. This will begin to address some of the root causes of women's poverty, including the gendered and racialized wage gap. Better utilizing the assets and opportunities that currently exist to develop community benefits programs that support accessible local hiring at city agencies such as Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Hydro can provide real concrete opportunities for people to access good, stable, and quality jobs in the city. These CBA programs must include paid apprenticeship or training opportunities, and in some cases, the wraparound supports needed to overcome substantial barriers. Similar to other programs, it's imperative that the city explore these opportunities through an equity lens to ensure that we move beyond a single cookie-cutter strategy and towards something more meaningful that provides real supports to women and others. So to reiterate, even with good jobs and living wages, quality, flexible childcare, affordable housing supports, and community services need to be in place to ensure that women and all Torontonians living in poverty are fully able to thrive and be prosperous. As the city adopts and implements a poverty reduction strategy, it's crucial that programs and services, issues and needs are not discussed in isolation, but rather through a holistic framework. Without access to local, affordable, and flexible childcare options, women and other caregivers won't be able to take advantage of even the best jobs. Without a safe and healthy, decent home, maintaining a stable living wage employment will still be a challenge. The city's been working in partnership with residents, community organizations, labor, and other groups across sectors to develop this strategy, and we encourage the city to continue these partnerships in the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation to ensure that specific targets, desired outcomes, and the needs of women and residents of Toronto are being met. And Women's Habitat looks forward to a continued role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConnell, you have questions?
Yes. So I'm not sure if this is ever on. So my question is, that seemed to be written down, and it's sort of a question to all of you. If you could get your notes to the clerk, then I think that would be very helpful, because I think we're going to try and send them off to staff. And also, if you could make sure that those are registered with staff, that would be great. So thank you for those thoughtful comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of the deputant? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. And then I have Sean Maher of the Social Planning Toronto.
Thank you, councillors. My name's Sean Maher. And thank you, Councillor Ainslie, for saying my name correctly. It happens very rarely. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and through a project of Social Planning Toronto called Commitment to Communities, we've been convening a process around the poverty reduction strategy for many months. It's a process that's involved literally hundreds of people with lived experience of poverty. And over 80 organizations that came together and collaboratively created 6 papers about poverty reduction that we provided to the city to sketch out some of the key issues that need to be addressed in a poverty reduction strategy. And not surprisingly, a lot of people talked about good jobs. Part of that is living wages. The idea that if you work full-time, you should earn enough to be able to live on is something that makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. Now, I've heard in the conversations I've been having with councillors since those papers were published, a number of councillors that are concerned about the impact that that might have on the economy. And it's an understandable concern. It's also a concern that close scrutiny shows is misplaced. Rigorous studies of wage legislation in cities around North America, large urban centers like Santa Fe and Albuquerque and San Francisco, that raised wages for working people, in some cases really quite substantially, in some cases on average 41%, showed that despite significant increases, there were not downsides for business. The economy did not shrink. In fact, in those areas, the economies grew quite successfully. Employment hours weren't reduced. The volume of employment wasn't reduced. What we saw was positive benefits. The bad news just isn't there. Not that there isn't a reason to anticipate it, but the reality is that when you put income into the hands of people living on low incomes, they behave a particular kind of way. And one is that poor people deploy funding a little bit differently than affluent people do. You've heard a lot about dead capital and the damage that it does to our economy. There is no dead capital in low-income households. They spend what they have because they must. And that means the velocity of money in those households is very, very high. Every dollar in a poor person's household is contributing as much to the GDP as it possibly can, and that optimizes the impact of that spending and helps the local economy. It also has to do with how people who live on low incomes behave in a labor market that is responsive to what they contribute. If you pay a decent living wage, more skilled candidates apply. The turnover gets lower, your overhead costs go down, and so businesses that were paying better wages tended to find that there were business benefits of that. Good jobs, so paying a decent living wage, in fact, pays back to the businesses that do it and to the economy around them. But good jobs aren't just about wages, they're also about precarity. Casual, unstable, unpredictable part-time jobs create real challenges to low-income people with no ability to plan because you don't know what you're going to make next week or next month or next year. Having those jobs that are so insecure produces less thoughtful economic behavior, and that creates a challenge. And those challenges are challenges that come back to the public sector. That you may, by not paying a living wage, shed some costs, but you'll re-incur those costs someplace else, in affordable housing, in subsidized childcare, in other kinds of social supports. The bad jobs may have a surface appeal because at the front end they have lower costs, but in the end it is a false economy, especially for the public sector. So the city ought to be a leader in this field. They have benefits from being a leader in this field, and they can be an example to others. They can be an example as a way to motivate other businesses to follow that same lead, but they can also be an example through contractual obligation. The city hires a lot of people, but it also pays for a lot of things, and the companies that sell those things also hire a lot of people. The way we purchase can have a huge impact on the quality of jobs in the economy in our city, and that has an important value. So we should be encouraging the people that we buy from to meet the same kinds of standards of jobs that we should be applying internally for exactly the same kinds of reasons, because decent paying jobs are better for the economy and better for the people who have them and better for the businesses that pay them. I should add one last thing in the 30 seconds that I've got left, which is not everything is about spending money. There are lots of things the city can do to help there be better incomes for people living in poverty that aren't necessarily a function of wages. Part of it is about process. Part of it is how do we buy from contractors. If we look at the challenges and the kinds of practices that we use for purchasing, they can be quite steep. As the former owner of a small business, I can tell you that buying from the city is a lot of work, and it's expensive work, and that's for somebody who speaks the language and knows the networks and knows the routines. Immigrant entrepreneurs face a very steep climb in that context. When you compare that with what the Small Business Administration does in the United States with their business development program and how they tackle those issues, there is a lot we can do without spending more money to ensure that a wider cross-section of the population benefits from the money that the city spends. There's lots of ways to make sure that people have access to the best poverty reduction tool there is, which is a good, decent paying job. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maher. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You, Sean, referenced what essentially is a broader contract compliance mechanism that you believe the city should be exercising if we purchase a lot of stuff. I'm not sure you used the word stuff, but I think
hope I did. Plain language helps.
we spend over $1 billion buying stuff, that we should be able to look at embedding in those contracts certain conditions.
Well, there's a couple of things. One is embedding in those contracts certain kinds of conditions. We should, if we believe, and we should because the evidence says it's true, that paying a living wage makes sense both for employers and for the economy and for the city as a whole, then we should be expecting the people that we give money to for the things that we buy from them, the same kind of behavior. So we should put that into our contracts, much the way that we do now with fair wages.
So fair wage.
Saying there should be good jobs provided from the money that we spend.
So fair wages we use for services. Goods, I don't think we put in conditions around goods, but I'm going to ask some questions of staff about that. I know that we do have requirements around environmental policies. We have other kinds of policies that purchasers must meet. Non-discrimination policies, I believe, even, are requirements on all purchases and contracts. So you're saying we should be looking at broadening fair wage into those other kinds of legal agreements or contracts?
We should be creating a good job tool and applying it to everything that we buy.
Okay.
And I do want to say this is not an idea that has not crossed the minds of city staff who have been working hard on these ideas for a while, but we need to hunker down and get it done.
Lastly was your mention of small business and working with the city. You're suggesting there are a lot of administrative barriers to people attempting to start businesses and understand how to navigate through the system?
Yeah. The city's RFP process is not the simplest in the world.
Or even getting permits.
Yep.
For setting up a business on a main street, and you want to have an awning, for instance, I can tell you what they have to go through to get an awning. Anyway, okay.
There are outside the purview of this committee, there are a number of regulatory elements that I think are also quite interesting. But in terms of under the purview of this committee, just what we buy, we could buy in ways that are much friendlier to new business owners.
Yeah, great.
Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councillor Davis?
I did want to ask about this question of PMMD, I guess. We purchase a lot of stuff, and I know that the goods that we purchase often require, and I think the examples I just used, I want to confirm, non-discrimination or an anti-discrimination. They have to make a declaration, or they have to demonstrate they have a non-discrimination practices. There's an environmental statement as well. How are those things actually enforced?
So depending on which document you're referring to, the environmental policy is asking them to sign and declare that that their products or services meet that policy. We don't actually police the policy. As far as the fair wage
or non-discrimination
and the non-discrimination, there's also a signed declaration as part of the response of the RFQ, RFP tender document.
And do we enforce that in any way?
The conflict of interest policy, yes, we do. The fair wage policy, yes, we do. The environmental policy, we don't police that.
And the anti-discrimination or non-discrimination policy, do we have any kind of enforcement mechanism? What do they have to submit? Maybe I just want to ask, we do have now, through procurement, ways to ask for certain behavior on the part of a supplier. Is that correct?
sorry, Counselor, could you repeat your question?
So I understand with the fair wage policy, we're purchasing services, and we ask for those services and the people providing them to meet wage requirements, or the market rate and our fair wage policy.
Correct.
And we are purchasing goods. We also do have some conditions on environmental standards and various other things. What my question was, we have currently mechanisms to require those companies who provide us goods to meet certain conditions, correct? We currently ask of suppliers to meet certain kinds of conditions.
That is correct.
So they have to behave in a certain way or have certain practices and policies in place. Occupational health and safety, I think they also have to have in place and some.
That's correct.
So there already is an example, and we could presumably look at extending a fair wage or living wage to those companies that we are purchasing goods from. Is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are currently working on an existing council direction to create a social procurement policy and a community benefits framework.
Yes.
So some of the things that I think you're indicating would better fall under that policy. We also have existing council direction to look at a quality jobs assessment tool and a living wage standard. So those two things will be policy work that will be coming forward to the appropriate committee and council in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions of staff? No speakers? Councillor McConnell, do you want to speak?
Thank you. And I know that Councillor Davis has a recommendation that I support. I didn't think it was appropriate that it came from me, but I did want to say, first of all, how very pleased I am with the deputations that have come forward and will come forward in terms of the conversations that are happening in and amongst people who have lived experience. So that has been as powerful as even writing the document. But the second thing is that I wanted to say is that the document itself is very readable. It's very, very thoughtfully put together, not just the recommendations, but the way in which it is presented. And I think that this should really be a heads up to all others who are writing those kinds of documents, so that those documents have some meaning to people with lived experience. And so what you'll see in here is the sorts of things, besides the 5 fingers that I talk about of poverty, of transportation and housing and food security and access to services and employment. And we've been mostly talking about employment here today. Different parts of that can't be held together without, obviously, a human rights or an equity lens. But they also need, as has been identified in the strategy, they need to have systemic change. So the other thing that holds our city together as we move forward in the poverty reduction strategy is that notion of systemic change. And that change, as it happens, makes these documents living documents also. So they need to have a time in which they're refreshed and rethought and reprogrammed as we move forward. So it isn't what will come forward to executive is in the next round is where we should be going, where are the kind of addressing the immediate needs. You'll see that there's a clock there for those immediate needs. How do we manage those right now? Some of them cost money. Lots of them don't cost anything. But also, there are the more complicated needs that are really move towards the roadmap of where to go in the next 2 or 3 years to jump into the final resolution there. And then there's the systemic change of thought, and I think that that's what we have accomplished also by, if I could say, by the directors' table, where the heads of all of our GMs have all come together and have really thought about how to talk about these issues across the barriers or the silos. And I think that that has been remarkable. And I really think that that our senior staff teams have really done a remarkable job. And now our job is to kind of move that through the ranks. So I want to say that it has been good conversation all around. Good conversation in community, good conversation with our community advisors, and good conversation with our staff advisors. And that's why it's been terribly important that this work was signed off by all of our deputy city managers and our city manager. But that would never have happened if it hadn't been really driven by the stories that we heard out in the communities at minus 28 degrees in February, and the extraordinary work of our staff team, headed by Denise, who have really taken all of that myriad of amazing stuff that we heard and been able to channel it into something that was legible and readable and practical. And so I'm really hoping that today we heard a lot about quality jobs, access to jobs and employment, the need to make sure that there was interface, that we were recognizing the intersectionality of a lot of these things, and particularly the feminization of poverty, that women in general have a much larger proponents to be living in poverty, and they need the kind of supports, the wraparound supports for their children and for their jobs and their daycare and all of those sorts of things, and their transportation, so that they can get on with living their lives and being productive members. And so I think that today what we should be doing is thinking about, from our own perspective of our business relationships in our city, you know, procurement, employment, all of those sorts of things, and how we can be part of being on board and with all of these directions, so that we are looking at our own employment and we're looking at other employment opportunities. So I wanted to thank everyone for this. I think it's been a really useful conversation. I look forward to bringing in October to executive and then to council in November in time for budget. And I just remind us, some of these things will cost money, but it'll cost money in the long term anyway. And the more people that we can get into productive employment and off our welfare rolls, the better it is for everyone. It's a win-win for everybody. But also to look at some of the health challenges and others that are stopping people from employment. Mental health, for example, the mental health community were very active in helping us to think of ways of utilizing that community. So thank you for that. I appreciate all of the deputations, all of the discussion. I know it was quite a long time, but I think it's useful for us to look at each section in each area and think about how each of those things can work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillor Davis?
So I will move a motion that asks for our committee to endorse the interim poverty reduction strategy and forward submissions from the deputation to the city manager for consideration in the final report. I won't take much time other than to say it has been quite a remarkable process and quite a remarkable level of engagement from all of our outside agencies and from the general public involved in developing this strategy to this point. And I want to commend Councillor McConnell and everyone else who has been involved, all of our staff and the community, and to thank them for coming out once again today to continue to move forward with this strategy. It's comprehensive. It addresses things we can do with money and without money, as Mr. Mahar said this morning. But the other thing I think, though, I would emphasize, if I could make one comment, and that is on the issue of income support. There isn't a section that specifically addresses income support. It's embedded in the section on jobs and living wages. And while I do agree that we want to not only address the question of good jobs and employment, we also, I think, need to recognize that income support programs in this province are shameful, shameful, and that we are forcing people to live with income levels that are astounding, that create deeper and deeper poverty, greater and greater inequality, more marginalization and desperation, and we must say very clearly and loudly to the provincial government that social assistance benefits have got to be increased. No one can live on what they're supposed to be living on in the province of Ontario. Secondly, that is stunning to me, and I don't think everyone, we should remind ourselves of it every time we can, that 20%, only 20% of people who are unemployed are eligible for EI now. There are so many people who are working in part-time contingent work that they don't generate enough hours to be able to be eligible, and all of the other discriminatory practices of the Canada Employment Program, the unemployment, used to be unemployment insurance program, that discriminates against Toronto residents. It is totally unacceptable. We have to be shouting loud and clearly to both the provincial and federal governments that income support and employment insurance must be improved. We can't fix it entirely at the local level. Anyway, and whether you, and we should be using the mechanisms we have internally, yes, but while people are unemployed or they are living on public benefits, there should be a level of income support that allows families, individuals, some dignity in their lives, and we need to say that very clearly in the final report as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Other speakers on this? Nope. Okay, so I'm just going to say in conclusion, I'll support Councillor Davis's recommendation. Motion. I want to thank Councillor McConnell for all your work on this. I know that you were out. I have 3 strong neighborhoods, as they call them, strong neighborhood initiatives in my ward, Kings Road, Galloway, Orton Park, actually where I grew up, and you had your town hall meeting there, and a lot of what was said at that town hall is reflected in this report. So I want to thank staff as well for working with Councillor McConnell and getting all of these recommendations into this report, because I think this is a very important matter when you talk about people that have, they hit barriers along the way. And then we look at other things, which I don't think we can solve alone as a city. When we talk about, public transit and universal daycare, that, people need proper daycare and transit and housing to raise a family. And if they don't have children, just to try and live in this city, they should have a level of standard of living that they can survive on. And, I think we put all this together, and it's an important step forward, because then you look at other things that you really can't quantify on paper, like inequity and intolerance and injustice, that, sometimes people don't think they get listened to, and they get frustrated and they don't know where to turn. So I think this is a big step forward, and I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you. Okay, so we have Councillor Davis's motion. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Do we have to? That's it? Okay. And our next item, we're on 6.3, City of Toronto Consolidated Green Fleet Plan 2014-2018 Performance Measures. And Councillor Davis, you held that? Do you have questions of staff?
I did. I mean, in the interest of expediting this, I could probably just leave the questions and move on to the motion and speak to it. But it has to do with cycling, and cycling as an alternative means of transportation for, and as part of our fleet of means of transportation at the city. So I don't need to ask questions.
So is there a motion?
Yep, I have a motion.
Just a motion?
If you want me to.
Let me find out. Sorry.
Other than the only question I would ask is,
Ask it. we're here. Staff are here.
Staff, you have seen my motion. Are you satisfied that you can prepare a report to do this, on this? Yes.
We're fine.
I just need a yes.
Through the chair, yes.
Done.
We're fine.
Okay. Other questions of staff? No? Other speakers?
Well, I just want to see this motion.
Yeah, I'll speak to the motion when I get it up.
She likes it.
Well, I know, but
We don't know what it
Okay,
is.
so the motion is,
I may want to speak if I see the motion.
so the motion asks for staff to report on the current utilization. I moved this once, and I don't think we've got very clearly the information from the first round, but to look at the current utilization of bicycles in all of the divisions and to look at how we can increase the number of staff using bicycles, whether it's a bylaw officer working on the Bloor and Danforth who doesn't have a huge distance to travel, or whether it's whatever, other staff, look at ways that we can use cycles. We've seen how the police use bicycles, and they're very effective on bicycles. I think some of the MLS staff are now using bicycles. How many, I don't know. But are there ways that we can encourage efficient, obviously, use of bicycles for employees at the City of Toronto? That's my motion, including councillors. There's a pilot project to look at car sharing that's embedded in here, and alternatives, and bicycles are being considered, but this is to highlight this issue.
Well, okay. So do we?
Report request.
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess I had a question. Now that you moved your motion, I just have one fast question to staff. Do we have bicycles?
Yes.
Does the city have bicycles?
We do.
We have bike stations.
Oh, no,
right
okay,
out
I'm
here.
asking staff. Do we have bicycles?
Through the chair.
Yeah.
It's not working. Up there. Through the chair. Yes, we do. Actually, there isn't a lot. There's exactly 12 vehicles in MLS, or bicycles in MLS right now, but.
That are being used?
Yes, that's correct, in place of
I've never
vehicles.
seen them. I've never seen
And
them.
further to the councilor's
Yeah.
comments, there's actually 300 in city police bicycles.
We have 300 bicycles?
In city police.
Oh, the police, yes, I know, but I'm talking about city.
Yeah, in city, there's 12 in MLS.
12. I know.
Oh, EMS too, apparently. Yeah.
EMS as well?
Yeah.
I didn't have them on my list.
No, okay, no, I understand. Okay, I know that the police did and that, but I didn't know that we have them here for our MLS and, we have that, okay.
Yeah.
Other questions of staff? Sorry, we were speaking, sorry, questions of the mover. Any other questions on the mover? No. Okay, and then any other speakers on this item? Councillor Ford, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. Last time I checked, 6 months of the year, I think we have something called winter. And snow comes with winter, and this, anyways, I'm not going to support this, sorry.
Councillor McConnell to speak?
I am going to support it, and I would say to Councillor Ford that a chief called Chief Fantino said that to me one day when I suggested that we get bicycles for police officers, and it is, as it turns out, one of the most effective ways, and they do it year-round. And it's amazing how much of the areas are now cleared for bikes, and you will see bikes in the downtown core 12 months of the year. So I'd encourage us all to look forward and be forward-thinking and think about how much of the vehicles we would save if we would only utilize this other vehicle, which sometimes is faster.
Thank you.
If I just add a PS, it contains finally some objectives, and I think it's great to hold ourselves accountable on the Green Fleet Plan, and we have now some personnel to support the implementation, and I think that's great.
Wait, where's your motion? Your motion is asking for a report, right?
Yes.
Can you just put Councillor Davis'
I have it here if you
motion
want
on
to
the
see it.
screen? So, Janet, could I have it so I can read it? Yeah. Okay, well, Councillor Davis's motion is just asking the staff to report back, which pardon? On the plan, yes.
Which is already
Right.
a portion.
And, I don't see a problem with this, asking for a report. And actually, I would agree, as long as, if the staff are using the bicycles for property standards and inspectors, they wouldn't be using their vehicles, so I think it would be a lot cheaper.
That's right.
Right? To use the
Fuel
bicycles
savings.
rather than the vehicles, so I mean, I would support that. But I'm interested to see the report when it comes back, because I really was not aware that we do actually, other than the police, I know the police do, right? That we do have city staff downtown are using bicycles, so I'm interested in that report, so I will be supporting that.
And I have a motion that I'm moving. The future progress reports presented to Government Management Committee also include savings realized and costs incurred. And this comes from page 5, where we're going to have an initial progress report in the second quarter of 2016. Okay. Can we take that all as a package? No? Okay. So Councillor Davis's motion first. Sure. So Councillor Davis's motion, all in favor?
Oh, no, they wouldn't.
Councillor McConnell, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Davis, Councillor Ainsley, opposed, Councillor Ford, so that carries. And then my motion, all in favor? And that carries. Item is amended, all in favor? Carries. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Councillor Ford in the negative, item is amended. Okay, next we are on number 4, facilities management and real estate services performance targets. Councillor Ford, do you have questions of staff? Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You don't need to run.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, questions of staff, is the stated good repair target was 80%, correct?
Through the chair, I'll answer that. Through the chair, it is 80%. And
But-
that was through benchmark reviews that we've done also.
But we are forecasting only about 63% completion. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So why are we so off target? And can't we get specifics as to which projects are behind schedule?
That's a very good question. So what we've done, and I think it's important to note, last year we were at 50% SOGR completion. That's outside of our client projects. Our client projects are outside of our budget. They're held by the divisions themselves. We're at about 90% with those specific projects. The ones that we're dealing with in the question that you've asked is we actually have Sunil Sharma, who's our new general manager. We've actually done some restructuring in the organization. We actually have a project management office we've put together. We're actually putting benchmarks together. We actually have an actual process that we've put through in the last 6 to 8 months with a new structure. So it's going to take us a bit of time. Our intent is to get to 80%. That is the job that we're supposed to be doing, and plus, and that's what we're going to be focused on. But it's going to be a timing of restructure and some of the changes that we've had to do regarding some of the processes and the actual measurements that we're putting in place. It takes time. It wasn't there in the past, and that's what we're moving forward with.
So offline, could I get a list of the projects that we're behind on?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Are there other questions? I just have questions about work orders. We often hear, it depends which facilities, some are recreation, some are real estate that are managing buildings. I could never figure out I shouldn't say can never figure out, often can't figure out who's responsible for which buildings, but we often hear a work order has gone in for fixing this, that, or the other, and that it seems to then kind of take a long time. Do we have measures of work order requests and completion rates for small, minor maintenance kinds of work?
No, I'm going to do this. We do have that. It actually is being refined by Snell and his team around work orders. We actually have a process around that. We have actual specific days when things should be done. And what we need to do a better job on is to make it more automated right now. A lot of this stuff is tracked, I would say, to some degree manually. But there's been some great work by the team around automation, so you'll see a lot more progress around that as we move forward, and that will help us in our reporting.
Okay, so
But there is a, people put their request in from a demand perspective, they'll put it in, let's say, something's,
broken window,
the washroom's not working or whatever.
locks broken.
That would be a request. Now, some of them,
toilets
and there's tiers, right? There's emergency ones, there's tier 1, tier 2, so some things get dealt with immediately because they may be emergency related. And then there are ones that, I'd like to have a paint job in my office because I don't like the paint anymore. That could happen, right? But that would be based on some issue around, let's say, the walls or whatever. So there is those requests that come in.
So the standards, performance standards, there aren't any now, and you're developing them?
There are standards we have today for the organization. What we're doing is refining them, making them formalized throughout the organization, making them a baseline across the group. Right now, they're not consistent across. Now, you asked a question about facilities versus parks. We do have an organization, and Sunil and actually Parks manage this committee, and this committee consists of 30 divisions which have facility types. And what we're doing as a facility organization, we're actually putting a baseline, like what's expected from a baseline perspective across the city around maintenance or custodial. That is actually being reviewed with all the divisions as a baseline to make sure that that makes sense across the organization. And that the nuances, because there's things that may be different for long-term care based on their business requirements versus other groups, we'll be actually looking at that and making sure that we have an inclusive approach around the baseline plus the nuances around it. So as a group, we can talk to overall facilities and standards across the organization.
Oh, so this is both for maintenance and for
Custodial.
cleaning?
Correct.
Custodial?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So the parks washroom?
They're part of the discussion with us, absolutely. And actually,
very good. And which ones get cleaned and how frequently?
So their
and
director.
Which ones do not get cleaned? And-
So the director, Howie, I forgot Howie's last name.
Through the chair, Director Howard Dayton is working with us. Members of Janie Romoff's team are working with us.
So it's very inclusive, and it's actually great progress from the last couple of years, to tell you the truth.
Okay. We can get that information if.
You can.
Okay.
And you can work, and Sunil will work with you on that, okay?
So I'll move.
Okay,
I'll move
so-
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, so this is GM 6.4, Facilities Management and Real Estate Services Performance Targets. It was held by Councillor Ford. Are there any other speakers? No? Okay, Councillor Nunziata moves the motion to adopt, to receive the report for information. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 6.5 was held by, I can't read this. Oh, it was held by me. Custodial Services Performance Standards. So what I wanted to understand is we're using this, so questions of staff? We're using these standards in our contracts, and my question was going to be, are we using these same performance standards in our own facilities?
And through the chair, I'll answer that. Yes, that is being brought into the internal. What's happened is we've used these standards with police when we've done the outsourcing of the contracted out. We've actually brought that into the internal group within our own organization, within the police, that support police also, and this will be rolled into the whole organization of facilities.
Okay,
custodial.
and what that system is a kind of a loading system, is the way they used to describe it at the school board, where each sort of function has a time associated
There's a task
with it,
associated with
and
an
it's-
activity, yes, you're correct.
So the washroom in the park will be loaded, is what
And
we
we'll
used
be,
to call it.
so right now, Parks will be working with, We'll be working with Parks because obviously we're doing this within the facilities that we are responsible, the 400 or so facilities. We'll be working with Parks and demonstrating what we're using and looking at best practices for it. For sure, we'll bring it towards them.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, I just have one question. For City Hall, here, the custodial services, why is it that they're part of their job description of what part of the services is to empty the garbage cans?
Part of their service is to empty the garbage cans?
Like in our offices?
They don't.
We don't, they don't.
They,
But
well,
my
you're saying
question
why
to-
isn't it part of
Why
their?
isn't it part of the, yeah.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
We are,
No, they don't.
Empty mine.
No, they don't. Well, if they empty yours, they're not, they're
So
not supposed to, they don't
custodial-
empty any of our cans. They used to, but now they don't anymore. You have to do it yourself. Your staff probably does it for you.
No.
I bet, okay, do they?
through the chair?
No.
They do not.
They do not.
They do not.
Then I got the boogeyman doing it then.
Maybe your staff is doing it,
Well,
but they
someone's doing
don't.
it.
Maybe you don't produce any garbage.
Yes.
There you go.
Do you want to answer anything, Sunil?
Yeah, through the chair.
I'm just curious why that isn't part of the service.
Essentially, I think it's an efficiency measure. I think the contribution from the staff in those simple, areas assists our efficiency overall.
But through the chair too, we as employees,
Part of efficiency.
we have garbage in our.
What do
Hold
they
on.
do then? Tell me what they actually do then.
First of all, do you want me to answer the garbage?
Yeah, okay.
The garbage. I think we have an obligation as employees when we put garbage in our offices, right? What I do, I have garbage, I eat or whatever, and I actually take it and I go put it in the garbage,
I
and
don't
they'll
mean-
go clean out that
Yeah,
piece.
but I don't mean that kind of garbage. I just mean like
Paper?
recycle. Paper.
We put,
Yeah.
and as employees, we put it in the recycling. That's one of the roles that we play as all employees to support the organization. That's part of a role that we play to recycle.
Yeah. Okay.
So now you had another question.
No, I was just wondering, that was just a question. I
I
wondered
think it's a-
because they used to do it and then they stopped.
So from everybody engaging into what I would call the recycling and, to get to an environment that we talk about from an environmental perspective, I think that it is important that we all take action.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
that's why.
I just wanted to know the question,
Okay.
yeah. So
That answer your
what do they actually do then in our offices?
The custodial staff?
Yeah.
They do a lot of work. They clean, they vacuum, they do a lot of heavy cleaning on the carpets, they may do light cleaning, they'll clean the kitchens, they'll go through the meeting rooms, they go through offices, and their activities are based, and we have this all timed, and they don't do it every day, some of the areas, but it's very specific and task-oriented how we've got this organized with our employees.
Okay.
So they work really hard.
Okay, well, I'm just questioning that because I know it used to be done and then it's not being
Okay,
done
thank
anymore, so I was just questioning it.
But if you have further questions, we'd be more than glad to work with you on that.
Okay, I'll move receipt. No, Oh, you have a question?
Yeah, I didn't have my question answered. Sorry. My mother taught me not to talk with my mouth full, and I was so hungry I was ready to eat the styrofoam. So I can't get it quite, it hasn't come up. But what I remember when I was reading and preparing was that when you looked at police and you did the surveys, there were some police divisions where the survey was only done by one person, which I'm assuming is the commander. And I have said this over and over again. My frontline officers tell me that they have real concerns about the cleanliness of their stations. But this is a directive that has come from their board and their chief, and therefore, no one dares say much. So are you satisfied that you have sufficient number of police officers answering this question, that you feel that you have a good handle on whether or not those stations have a level of cleanliness that satisfies us?
Through the chair, if we look at page 6 of the report, we have, in the case of the 2015 surveys, somewhere in the range of 260 responses.
Yes.
In many cases, you have tens of responses. Take 32 Division, you have 56 responses.
So that was disseminated, right?
Right. So we are satisfied that we are reaching the different areas and getting the customer service responses back.
Right. So I'm sorry that I didn't have it in front of me, but I was just remembering it. But am I not correct that there was at least one division where you had 2 or 3 people? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you are correct. The 43 Division had 1 response. 703 Don Mills had 2 responses.
And radio and telecom, which is communications on Wilson, had 1.
Yes.
And what amazed me was that in the one case on 43 Division, that person thought it was 100%, and yet we only had the voice of one person. And so, you know, I want us to encourage the 32 Division type of response rather than the 43. Because this, in the past, has been a big, big problem. And I am told over and over again that the information that we are getting is not correct.
So, Councillor, I think it would be a prudent measure to look at the divisions with the low response rates, and we'll form a procedure to follow up with them to get a greater participation in those areas.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Here.
There isn't a standard that we expect, is there? Like in order to, there isn't a benchmark of either how high do we want?
An example.
Yeah.
73.
Right?
In terms of the response rate,
The response rate and the rating, right? So it looks to me, I'm sorry that I read it last night and didn't bring it in. Well, 43 is either the best thing, or your
43 is the best.
or your division commander did this. And that's not what we were asking for. So I think.
There's a motion that we create a benchmark.
Well-
Percentage to that come back before.
Well, I personally would like staff to just go away and think about this question, because I asked this question at exactly this time last year. And at that time, there has been improvement, like 32 has improved. But that should surely be the benchmark. Like, surely we should be striving to get 50 people to tell us that Impact is doing a 93% job. But we also don't want them just ticking off the boxes, and then the police officers complaining that the place is filthy.
Okay.
Okay. And now I'll shut this down, because I never do this. Sorry, I just didn't have time.
Okay, anybody have any other questions of staff? Speakers?
No, I'll just move her seat.
Councillor Davis?
I would just echo what Councillor McConnell said, which is you can have all of the evaluation you like if you don't say, this is what's expected. And if they don't meet that standard of cleanliness, then there needs to be some provision in the contract to ensure that they do. I mean, I can't remember that contract, but I presume there's something equivalent to liquidated damages or some sanction in a contract if that quality is not being delivered. So if we're going to the trouble of actually using a methodology to evaluate them, we must have a standard we want to achieve. And it's not clear from this report what that is. So I don't know whether we should ask you for further reporting on this, or you're intending to in the future.
what I would say through the chair in response to that is the customer survey is one of the range of measurements that we take that helps us with the performance of the suppliers. The actual audits and quality assurance work that goes on, the meetings with the supplier base and the in-house staff are also a part of the quiver of activities that we've got going. So I think we have to balance those 3 or 4 areas and make sure that we've got the levers within the contract to take action on non-compliant supplier base, and also the levers to work with our in-house staff to improve performance as well. So that's a balancing act, and we do appreciate and understand that that's what's required.
Who held this? Councillor Davis?
I'd like to see that. I'm voting.
You held it, voting.
Oh, move with C. I moved with C already.
Okay, all right, all in favor of receipt? Carried. Okay, we are on number 6, semi-annual treasurer's report. Councillor Nunziata held it.
Yes. On this one, I just have a question. On page 18, table 1, there is an item listed for the rental of mops.
Or the rental of?
Mops. A contract for $92,000 that we rent mops to clean the floors. That seems awfully expensive for me, and I just want to know why we're renting our mops. Why are we not purchasing them and washing them ourselves?
So, through the chair, this contract is an aggregate of three city contracts for 3 areas. One is, I believe, for children's services. One area serviced is shelter, sport, and housing, and a third is, I think, exhibition place. So, in those cases, there's certain legislative requirements about avoiding the mixing of different and cleaning of different cleaning materials. And in order to basically put a box around these specialized cleaning requirements for these specialized clients, there's a requirement that we can use different types of mops, in some cases disposable materials, in other cases materials that would be cleaned by other washing machines that are typically found at the host locations. So for that reason, we do have this contract in the amount of $90,000 annual spend that allows us to service those specific facility types with that type of equipment and materials.
So why don't we look at disposable, or wouldn't it be cheaper for us just to have these locations to buy our own wash machine and wash it ourselves? I mean, if we're spending $92,000, wouldn't it be cheaper to do that?
Again,
Buy the disposable ones, like why would we not provide that service rather than have to rent them?
in the scale, what I would say, in the scale of the total city operations, whilst 90,000 is a significant number, in the scale of the total operation that we're running, it's not as huge of a number.
Sure it is. $92,000 is a lot of money.
When balancing that against putting washing machines and other equipment into these locations, these existing locations, and that's a balance that we have to look at.
And what about disposable ones?
I think we would look at the disposable as well as an option.
Other questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
PMMD.
PMMD.
PMMD. Yeah, PMMD. Has benchmarks for call documents, correct? Yes. So we have over the years been, we hear from the divisions about delays and bottlenecks that happen in PMMD in terms of procurement, or getting contracts out on the street and so on. Do you have a set of timelines that you're expected to meet for different kinds of contracts?
Through the chair, there are different timelines for different types of contracts that are set inside of PMMD, and one of the things we're looking at now is looking at the full length of the procurement cycle, in that I understand that sometimes councillors, when something is put on the budget, will say it was on the budget on such and such a date. Why did it take 3 years to get out? And and we are looking at the process from end to end as to who's doing what when on these things. And PMMD is undergoing a program review, and we're looking at how PMMD is structured, and that will be completed in 2016 as well. So we are looking at not just how things are done in PMMD, but how things are done completely. But our focus is mostly on PMMD.
From sort of budget to completion of a project, or
From budget to
awarding a contract?
awarding the contract.
Okay, so sometimes developing the scope of the call rests with the division, and it gets bogged down there as well.
Through the chair, that is normally the scope and the details are at the divisional level. PMMD is helping with the procurement piece itself.
And some of the divisions hired specifically additional staff to help facilitate and expedite this process. Is that correct? I think Toronto Water has hired staff to do that, and Parks.
I believe that is the case, but can't give you particulars.
Okay. And we're seeing improvements over time?
We are currently trying to get PMMD to full staffing to show full improvements.
Ah. So that's a no.
This year's numbers on page 10 are not as good as we would want them to be, and it has to do with staffing shortages.
Yeah, in fact, the numbers have gone up over time. So what is your current vacancy rate?
I know we're in the process of staffing a number of senior buyers and have had difficulty in attracting some from outside, and we are trying new things such as having a dedicated HR person to help us do that. I mean, our vacancy rate is getting better, but it is still considerably higher than average.
Which is?
That's the last number I saw was somewhere around 10%.
Okay.
For buyers.
For buyers specifically?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions of staff? Speakers? Who held this? Councilor Nunziata?
I held the item down, move receipt for information, but the staff will look at some of the concerns I had. Not specific, I mean, but we have to look at that, so, yeah. Okay, so I'll just move receipt.
I would bore everyone with a series of questions.
Yeah, we're going to
So, I don't know if anyone is here from Toronto Hydro.
Yep, they've been waiting patiently.
Where?
Right here. Ben Lafayette.
Okay. So the reason
Sorry, if you gentlemen could introduce yourselves for Councilor Davis.
I'm Ben LaPiante. I'm the Executive Vice President of Electric Operations for Toronto Hydro.
Brian Buchan, I'm the Director of...
Your report outlines what is essentially a process and then a division of responsibilities between a property owner and Toronto Hydro in terms of inspecting hydro vaults. And Toronto Hydro inspects only its infrastructure, what it owns inside a hydro vault. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And property owners are expected to conduct inspections of the infrastructure itself and any other equipment, such as heat sensors, smoke detectors, whatever other equipment is in a vault. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
So those other things inside a vault, you don't, if you see a vault that is flawed in some way, there's a problem, do you do anything about that when you inspect?
When we conduct our regular inspections, we visually inspect the civil infrastructure as well. Visually inspect it. If we see an obvious deficiency, a door that is not closing appropriately, a ladderway which has become disjarred, we will issue what's called a customer action form to the customer to say, this deficiency has been detected, you have a certain amount of time to remedy it. Now, depending on the severity of the deficiency, in the extreme case, we could seek to disconnect power if it becomes a threat to public safety.
So you have done that in 90% of buildings in the City of Toronto, and you're confident they all have in place, they're all in good condition and have been complied with, any orders you've issued?
For the customer action forms that we have issued, and it relates to civil infrastructure,
Yes.
we have no obligation, certainly no authority to ensure that they meet the applicable codes and provisions of the Ontario Building Code or the Fire Protection Act. Yes, we follow up on all customer action forms until they're remedied.
You have records of those?
We have records of the customer action forms. There's thousands.
So we don't know if they're complied with. Is there a summary we can be assured that all of these vaults have been inspected and they're in compliance?
We have, in compliance with, our equipment has been maintained. If a physical deficiency has been found, we give it to the customer, and then the customer has the obligation to remedy it. We have other recourses, if you will. If the customer continues not to remedy the deficiency, we can continue to put pressure on them to do so, but ultimately it's their responsibility.
But who monitors that? You're saying you do or you don't?
We do. If we leave the inspection, the next time we do our inspection, if the deficiency is still there, we give the customer another customer advisory form.
Okay, there's a new program called a Cooperative Inspection Program for hydro vaults that involves Toronto Fire, MLS, and Toronto Hydro.
Yes.
And you are inspecting collaboratively these vaults?
We are not inspecting. This is a program that is driven by Toronto Fire Services exclusively. They simply give us the locations they wish to visit, and we, under our obligation under the Act, provide access. We, in other words, accompany them into a vault that is otherwise restricted, but we do not conduct an inspection.
So what I'm trying to find out is there's two things. I'm concerned about big high-rises in the City of Toronto, having had experience with two, where there were problems and significant fire incidents occurred. And the fire marshal's report said there ought to be certain kinds of infrastructure and heat detectors in place, and I understand there's some kind of a program for education with big landlords to try and encourage them to do this. Can we get a summary that tells us of the buildings in the City of Toronto, private sector buildings, how many have been inspected and have in place the appropriate heat detectors and the actual civic infrastructure is in place and in good shape?
Unfortunately, not from Toronto Hydro. We do not maintain those records. We are not responsible for the customer-owned vault or their compliance with the relative acts.
So how do we find out in the City of Toronto which buildings have been inspected and have safe and civic infrastructure?
Inspected the electric equipment or the civil infrastructure?
Civil the box it's in, the concrete box.
I don't know, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. It's not something that the Hydro is in the business of managing.
Who is?
I would imagine it's again, the cooperative program that you mentioned is driven by Toronto Fire Services and the Fire Marshal's office. They ensure compliance with the Fire Protection Code and the Fire Protection Act. We simply provide, we open the door and allow them to do their inspection. We are simply there because we are deemed to be the trained and competent
How
individual.
frequently do you inspect your infrastructure?
It's in the report. It depends on the nature and the size of the vault. At a minimum, it's every 3 years.
If I could.
At a minimum, it's every 3 years. In some vaults, it's as frequently as once a year.
And you have an inventory of the city's, inspection of city's facilities? So one concern, as I said, is about, my concern about, private sector buildings. The second is city's infrastructure. Do you have a list of the city's infrastructure and which vaults have been inspected?
Yes. Again, it talks about it in the report. We can conclude without reservation that the maintenance program that Toronto undertakes is, I think it's 99.2% complete. There are 40 vaults across the city of Toronto that have not been inspected for a variety of reasons, scheduling outages of the feeder, so on and so forth. The customer's not available. Of those 40 vaults, none of them include City of Toronto installations.
Other questions? Anybody else have questions of the deputy? No? Okay. I have some questions. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So in the comment section of the report, it starts off, it said Toronto Hydro was conducting a planned replacement of distribution equipment. So that distribution equipment, is that Hydro's owned by Hydro or owned by the City of Toronto?
No, it would be our own. We were in the transformers in the vault at the time were scheduled for a planned replacement.
Okay.
Those are our transformers.
Right. So those are that's your distribution equipment?
Yes.
That was being replaced. And then it says, in next paragraph, in preparation for replacement of vault transformers. So that was your equipment that they were replacing?
That we were replacing, yes.
Yeah. So when one piece of wiring touched something else and caused an arc?
Correct.
Right. And then it says further on that Toronto Hydro does not inspect or maintain electrical infrastructure that's not owned and operated by Toronto Hydro.
Correct.
Okay. And so then, when this distribution equipment was being replaced in a City of Toronto vault, so far so good?
Yes.
And one piece of equipment touched another one, which created an arc, which started a fire.
Correct.
And the damages to the City of Toronto, when all was said and done, $752,783.81.
Correct.
And we had to go to our insurance company to be reimbursed for that.
I can't confirm that, Mr. Chair. I don't know what the city did with their insurance company.
This says the property policy, two of the city's insurance policies responded to this loss. The property policy, FM Global, and then the boiler and machinery policy was RAS Insurance. So what I'm trying to understand, if it was your equipment that caused the fire to our property, why we would go to our insurance policies to cover that loss and Toronto Hydro wouldn't be responsible for it.
I don't know, Mr. Chair. That content is not, I'm not the author of that content. I don't know where it's come from.
I could,
Mr. Chair, I can speak to that if you'd like. Yes. Sure.
Who are you?
I'm Jeff Higley, Director of Insurance.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Okay.
I don't know if this is working there. So we resolved all damages in between three parties, the city, Toronto Hydro, and the insurance companies involved. The city's share of that, some of which was insured, was a $750,000 figure, but there was a significant contribution by Toronto Hydro towards the loss, which was in effect providing emergency power generation, allowing City Hall to continue to operate after a very short period of time of being down. So it was an amicable resolution between all the parties involved.
Okay, so my first question is why the city would pay anything at all? And secondly, so if it's their equipment in our vault that caused an arc, which created a fire, and they provided emergency electrical, because I saw the big trailer out there, why they wouldn't pay that whole bill? If this happened in my house, I certainly wouldn't be going, Toronto Hydro caused a fire in my house, hey, cool, I got to pay a whole chunk of the bill.
Yeah.
And it was amicable.
Well, it was amicable in the sense that it was perhaps the city's request that Toronto Hydro conduct that operation on live equipment at the time. So, I mean, there were circumstances involved in undertaking the work that were brought to bear on how this whole loss would be resolved. And rather than shutting down City Hall for a period of time and allowing Toronto Hydro to go in and do the work, it was decided prior to the loss, prior to anybody starting the work, that the work would be done on live equipment. So I mean, I don't know that we're here to talk
But
about.
at the same time, you're not going out on the street and picking somebody off the street and going, you know what, we want you going to the vault and replace the wiring. The people at Toronto Hydro would be experts, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
So you're depending on their expertise to do that.
Right.
And it still caused $752,000 in damages, which somewhere along the line, we paid a good chunk of that.
We did, yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
I think there's circumstances there that we may wish to talk about sort of in camera, I think, if we wanted to get into that, and I'd perhaps need other people involved in helping us understand the logic that went into how this was all resolved.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Could I have a second round?
Yes.
Vaults are in the public right-of-way, not under buildings, in buildings, but under sidewalks.
Although we don't refer to them as vaults, they're termed submersible vaults, but obviously they're about the size of a small bathroom. They're not a building vault like we would see in the city, in the City Hall situation, for example. Off the top of my head, there are thousands. I would hazard the guess in excess of probably 10,000.
And who's responsible for the civic infrastructure around those?
We are, Toronto Hydro is.
Okay, so the city is not?
No, the civil vault that you see in the road, in the boulevard, is the responsibility of Toronto Hydro. So the grate, the concrete walls, that's all Toronto Hydro.
And you have a schedule of inspecting those on a regular basis? And
Yes, it's part of the reliability-centered maintenance program.
Okay, and so do you have any numbers on what percentage of those are inspected on an annual basis?
Certainly, we have all that. We have to report that to the Ontario Energy Board. It's part of our public filing to the Ontario Energy Board.
Okay, so you could find, you have that. And I guess to our staff, it sounds as though we've been working on the city side to make sure that we're doing these inspections in our city infrastructure on a regular basis.
Yes, that's correct.
And this joint program that I've learned about, this coordinated with fire, I know that fire staff are not here at the moment, but they have a plan, or haven't got an overall plan, but you're working to do how many a week? 4 a week out of 10,000?
Through the chair, currently I've consulted with the Toronto Fire Service team, and they're doing something in the range of 5 or 6 vaults per week. Our historic records show that we've completed somewhere in the range of 250 of these inspections through the collaborative program with Toronto Hydro.
Out of how many?
I'm not sure that there would be a large number. I think we rely on Toronto Hydro to provide us a roster or a number of sites to be inspected, and we're working through a list. So I would not have the total amount that is on the list at this time.
Can you ballpark?
I would say it would be hundreds or thousands of locations, potentially.
If I may, it's in the first report. It's 4,727.
Okay, and we are planning to, so you're saying you're responsible for your transformers, you give some notices to the building owners, but it's up to them, and there isn't really the responsibility for making sure that those building owners are compliant rests with fire.
Correct. Actually, to be fair, it rests with the owner. If I may,
No,
the analogy I use,
understand.
it's no different than the hot water tank in my own furnace room. Just because
I understand.
Enbridge has a hot water tank in my basement doesn't place the onus on them to ensure I have fire detectors.
No, I
That's-
understand, but we also deal with TCHC, for instance. These
exactly.
are
Yeah.
we are landlords of a lot of buildings.
Absolutely.
And in fact, one other experience I had with an explosion was a TCHC building, and all 3 transformers and vaults and all the wiring all had to be repaired. And it was a lot of finger pointing is what happened during that. And so I guess if I could, to Mr. Sharma, you've seen the motions, and I don't know whether Toronto Hydro, you've seen these motions, asking for a further report on a plan for how we're going to complete these inspections in a more focused way and in a proactive way, this coordinated inspection program. Have you
Through
seen
the
that
chair,
motion?
yes, we would be in agreement to take a proactive approach and building a plan for inspecting these vaults.
Great. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Nope. Speakers? Or questions of staff? Nope. Thank you, gentlemen. Speakers? Councillor Davis, you held the item?
So I have what is essentially a 1, 2, 3 motion, which is to ask for the fire chief, and if we can put it on the screen, and MLS, I've worked through this with staff, to look at an expansion of the cooperative inspection program for inspection of hydro vaults. Secondly, to come back with a plan so that we understand the how this can be delivered. Secondly is to look at those that are specifically owned by the City of Toronto, so we get some more information about our own infrastructure. And I found it very hard to believe that there was no other fire or explosion than 2 Seacourt Avenue, because I'm certainly aware of more myself, and even a quick Google search, you'll find from Princess Street to whatever others where there have been incidents. So I just really would like to understand better where we've been having these similar issues. So those are the motions. And I'm quite concerned that we are being proactive about making sure that our, not just hydro infrastructure, meaning the transformers themselves, but that what Hydro calls the civic infrastructure around them are being inspected in a proactive way, and that Toronto Fire Services is involved along with our staff in those buildings that are ours to make sure that these facilities are safe. And I think others probably know that that 2 Seacourt experience was one where we ended up with people displaced for many, many weeks because of water leakage into, well, no, that was a different one. It's still being litigated, so I think settlement is soon coming, but this is to just make sure that we have a more proactive approach to inspecting hydro vaults with all of the parties that have a role in that in the future. So those are my motions.
Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Other speakers? Sorry.
All right, if I may, just a clarification on number 3. Is there a period of time and a definition of disruptive failure? Because right now, I'm gonna have to back up a dump truck with paper, full of paper, to answer that question. Is there a period of time, and what's the definition of disruptive? Because in our world, disruptive is even one customer.
It says significant disruptive, so we'll leave that in your hands.
For what period of time? 2015, 2014?
Just report to us on what you think will demonstrate to us whether it's a period of 10 years, 5 years, 1 year.
It's a lot of paper, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a lot of destruction and fire is a big mess, so.
Okay. All in favor?
Mind to it.
Can we separate them? Just did 1 and 2 together. I just want to be reporting the negative on 3.
That's all right, we just record join the negative on 3.
Anyway, I'm the chair.
It's easy.
Yeah, we're good.
No, it's fine.
Whatever Councillor McConnell said. So all in favor of 1 and 2? All in favor? Unanimous. Number 3, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries.
Great.
Councillor Ford in the negative. Okay.
All I know is that these big landlords in these old 1960s and 70s apartment buildings,
Oh, yeah.
they are not looking at this. Yeah, what an arrogant prick. I shouldn't have used that.
We're on number 12, amendment to purchase order number River Street East. Councillor Ford, you held this?
Let it go.
You'll let it go?
Yeah, matter of fact, all those holds, I've got my answers, so I can let go of all my holds.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, let's do them individually. So does anybody have any questions of staff on number 12? Speakers on number 12? Somebody want to move the recommendations on number 12? Councilor McConnell, all in favor on number 12? Opposed? That carries. And then we're on number 18, below market rent lease agreement at 140 Merton Street. Councillor Ford, you're letting it go?
Yeah.
Okay. I will move the recommendations on that. All in favor?
Opposed?
Opposed? Councillor, do you want a recorded vote, or?
I'm fine, no.
Fine, okay. That carries. Number 19, renewal of the below-market rent and sublease agreement with Malvern Family Resource Center at 1321 Nielsen Road. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, I held the item down, I just had a question. On page 4, it mentions that, that there's an existing arrears of $7,261.71, and that they were going to repay that. My question is, did they repay their arrears?
They are paid in full now, yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay, Councillor McConnell, questions? Sorry?
I have a motion.
Oh, you have a motion? Okay. On this one?
Yes, on any of them. So actually, staff have been working together to try and figure out really the clarification of the goals and objectives of the policy, and they'd like an opportunity to bring back a report with regards to that. So I'd like to move that the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration undertake a comprehensive review of the city's policies on city-owned space provided at below market rent, in conjunction with the Chief Corporate Officer and the City Solicitor, with a view to strengthening and clarifying the goals and objectives of the policy. We've had a few people who, they fall through the cracks. It's really, it needs some framework around it to really help people. So this is not to stop this is not to change the policy in a way in which would be negatively impact. It's actually to strengthen it. So I'd like to move that, and I think that that would be a good report that would come back. I think it's 10 years old. Yes, it's about 10 years old, so it's really a review.
Okay. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, I'll just, I'm going to move the recommendations on this item. Malvern Family Resource Center, it's actually in Ward 42, but it's in the Malvern neighborhood, which is one of our priority neighborhoods or strong neighborhoods. They do amazing work. They've been helping a huge number of people in the Malvern community, and I strongly support what they do, and I'm very happy to move these recommendations.
Great.
All in favor?
On Councilor Connell's motion?
Yeah, as a package? Good. All in favor? Carried.
Great.
Number 20, Fair Wage Office 2014 Annual Report. Councillor Ford?
Yeah, you know what, I just have a quick question. I asked the deputy this. Why is our city's fair wage policy much higher than the provincial and federal governments?
Through you, Chair, the federal government fair wage policy has been put on hold. It's not valid, or at least it's been, it's not in effect. The provincial fair wage policy is in effect. However, their rates are at 1995 levels. The city's fair wage rates are tied to the prevailing industry rates for the various classification of work that gets done for the city contracts.
What's our rate and compared to the province? Per hour?
Oh, it is substantial because, as I mentioned, the provincial rates.
I understand. I just need to know the number or percentage. How much?
I would think it's at least 50%.
50% more than ours?
Yeah, and I'll give you a good example. For example, they have classifications for cleaners. Their cleaner rates under their schedules are at about $8 an hour. However, their own minimum wage is at $11 an hour, so they're really lagging behind. In fact, they are looking at the policy currently to bring it up to more recent standards.
So it doesn't sound, well, let me phrase it as a question. They don't enforce their fair wage policy
Not to the same degree as the city.
at the province or the feds?
That's correct.
And you said the feds are on hold?
Yeah, they deferred their policy. The current federal government has deferred their policy.
And what rate is the feds at compared to the province, or are they the same?
The federal fair wage rate is substantially more than the provincial rates, and I would say it's a little bit less than the city's rate.
Offline, could you give me, I know what our rates are. I want the province and the feds. So the province is basically the lowest out of all three.
Absolutely, and they're actually currently looking at the policy, and they are intending to update it to today's levels.
Okay. I'll get a hold of you and ask you for that offline.
Pardon me?
I'll get a hold of you and I'll ask for those rates
Absolutely.
offline if you
For
don't
sure.
mind. And
Not
your
at all.
name?
It's Mark Piplica, and my name is on the report.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, other questions of staff? Speeches, remarks? No? Okay, Mark, I just want to thank you for all your Fair Wage Office hard work. And, you know, some of the cases I know you've done and I've experienced, and I sent one to you a few years ago where there's an issue with a solid waste company that was, you know, there was a whole raft of issues. And, you know, some of the wages that you see here, you know, they might not be the top of the scale, but, you know, they mean a lot to people when they're trying to raise a family or just, you know, trying to get themselves back on their feet. And the Fair Wage Office, I think, does a tremendous job monitoring everybody and our contractors. And I want to thank you and your staff for all your hard work.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. So motion to receive this item. All in favor? Carried. And I think that's it. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for stepping in, Jennifer.